Thank you for stopping by. Thank you for checking the video on demand, I guess. If you're watching this after I'm done and you're watching like a replay or something. So today we're gonna be playing some Dungeon Crawl Stone Soup as I often do. That was a pretty interesting game. I kind of wanted to watch more of that, but nope, it's time for me to actually play the game myself. So last time I killed a Gnoll Wanderer, which was kind of unfortunate because it had a pretty good start, but it never really found good body armor. I probably should have bit the bullet and just wore the harm chainmail that I had because it was pretty decent and I was using projectiles. I could have also gone for statue form. I think statue form was within reach. I just have to wear like um, Archmagi. Well, not Archmagi, but Wizardry. And that could have given me very good defenses to play the game with. But that was something that I definitely didn't consider. But yeah, that was probably what would have fixed that character. So from this list, the only character that I haven't, or rather the only race that I haven't won yet, I think it's Null. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's Null. I've won even Draconian. Oh, I haven't won Gargoyle yet. Yeah, I'm liking Gargoyle as well. So we're gonna play a Gargoyle today. Let's see what we have. What could be a good Gargoyle for me to win today? Mm-hmm. Mm, yeah, I need a background that I haven't won yet. Maybe I could go Necromancer. But no, I think I already won Necromancer. It was a Minotaur Necromancer of Kiku or something that never really cast any spells. Um, already got won. I think I already won Chaos Knight. Oh, I have never played Chaos Knight in this account. Well, I'm gonna have to play a Troll Chaos Knight or something because I do think that Chaos Knight is strong, but it needs to be a very strong early game race for it to be playable. If you go with something that's not as strong, it can very easily end up with you dying super easily. Um, okay, okay, so I have 3 Venom Mage, 2 Berserker, 2 Fighter, 2 Hunter, 2 Necromancer, 2 Brigand, 2 Delver, Abyssal Knight, Fire Elementalist, Gladiator, Ice Elementalist, and Monk. Okay, have I? Oh, never mind. I have won all 5 of these at least once. Kind of unfortunate. I guess we can go with one of these. I feel like the book backgrounds in this version are much weaker than the melee backgrounds for like almost all races. I personally feel like Magic has been getting nerfed a lot in these last couple of versions. It's not like sudden, at least not until the changes to Magic. But yeah, I don't feel that they have been like I feel like Magic has been getting quite nerfed. Um, so what do we play today? Hmm. You start with a weapon of your choice. That's very nice. We're gonna go for mace or maybe a polearm. I'm gonna go for a mace. Gargoyle Warper. We're gonna turn off everything but maces, and we're pretty much gonna play a melee character that doesn't have a lot of HP, so it can be kind of dangerous. The early game for Gargoyle can be pretty dangerous because you have such little HP. Even though you have decent defenses, things still hit really hard in the early game, especially things like Nork Priest. Orc Priests are like a gargoyle's biggest nightmare. Yeah, a gargoyle's biggest nightmare. You just get destroyed by orc priests. With the amount of HP that I have, I can theoretically get one shot by a single priest. However, it is unlikely that I find a D1 priest. In fact, I would say that it is impossible. I don't think I have more than 2,000 games in this at this point, and I don't think I've ever seen a D1 priest. So yeah. Okay, level 3 and 21 HP. It's not a lot. I was going to switch to tiles, but I already did. So yeah, early game shouldn't be that difficult. At least not if I take care. I need to play very carefully. A barding. Okay. Okay, we found a ring. Hopefully it is a good ring. There's a lot of enemies here. I don't know if I want to get into an extended fight. Um, yeah, I think I can deal with the jackals, but the worm makes me nervous. Luckily for me, I can outrun the worm. Pretty much all characters can outrun worms. So yeah, it's just a matter of hitting it, and then if I get lucky, I just keep hitting it, and if I don't get lucky, I just run away from it. Kind of annoying, but it is what it is. I can also not fight the worm altogether. Okay, we got a ring of protection. It's not that significant as a gargoyle because I am a gargoyle. I have a bunch of HP, right? It would be much better for a different for a different race that doesn't get that much armor class. Um, for example, as a Nogger, I would love to find one of those this early, but I'm a gargoyle, so yeah, it's still a pretty decent thing to find. I don't wanna melee it when I am within kill range. Like yeah, can bite for 12, and even though it is extremely unlikely that it gets past all my armor class and it hits me for 12, there is still a possibility. So I don't wanna melee it with 12. Okay, it regened to full HP. I'm not dealing any damage at all. Let's just go somewhere else. This worm seems pretty unbeatable. That's what happens when you're fighting things as a gargoyle that have a lot of HP. I kind of want to go that unknown altar just for the lulz, but I know it's not such a good idea. Do it. Yeah, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. Why not? If it's something like really bad, I can always abandon. But I highly doubt that I'm gonna get like something really bad. The reason why I was not going to go for it, or why I thought it was not going to be a good idea, was because I didn't want to get a god that I had already won with. We got Okawaru, which is a god that I haven't won with. I wanted to save Okawaru for Null, but sure, we can do Okawaru this game. Okay, we found a Ring of Evasion, which is the opposite of a Ring of Protection. That's actually an item that I would like to see as a gargoyle. I already have a bunch of armor class, and that ring gives me a bunch of evasion. So now I have very good defenses for D2. 1810 with super good GDR thanks to being a gargoyle and wearing chainmail. So yeah, now it's much easier for me to kill things that hit very hard, such as that worm. There we go. Not bad. Not bad at all. I like it. Okay, there's a Nork Priest. Orc Priests are dead, pretty much. You don't want to fight an Orc Priest ever as a gargoyle this early in the game, because an Orc Priest will just smite you twice and kill you. It's almost guaranteed to be able to kill you if it smites you twice. In fact, the minimum damage... No, it's 7. Okay, never mind. But yeah, maybe 3 smites and that's guaranteed dead. Yep, just like that. Okay. We are not gonna go downstairs because Orc Priests are really dangerous. Um, in fact, the fact that a Nork Priest exists in this level makes me not want to do that level altogether. I just want to skip it. But it's really hard for me to be able to go downstairs, it seems. Yeah, it's... Oh man, all 3 stairs are within line of sight of the Orc Priest. We have any shafts? There's gotta be a shaft or a hatch. Okay, yeah. We're gonna have to take that because I cannot go downstairs. Oh, okay. I get hatched into the line of sight of the Orc Priest. Okay, I have a scroll blinking. I could use that. I'm getting really nervous about that Orc Priest. This is a really bad situation to be in. You don't want to be within line of sight of an Orc Priest as a gargoyle. Okay, I maybe, like, I can go upstairs again. Maybe that's the correct thing to do. We're gonna go upstairs and we're gonna go down different stairs and hope that this time I'm able to actually run away from the priest. Okay, no priest in line of sight, so let's just get out of here. Yeah, bring on, like, pretty much anything but an Orc Priest. Anything but an Orc Priest. Oh, okay. It pained me for a bit of damage. I don't know if I... Yeah, I probably should go upstairs. Oh yeah, this is pretty complicated to deal with. Oh, this is not gonna work. Okay. I guess I'm gonna hero. Try to hit it. Okay, I am within kill range of smiting. It can deal up to 17. It doesn't say it here. Maybe it should say it, but it doesn't say it. So I'm gonna use a curing. Okay, we killed the priest. So that was unnecessarily risky, I would say. But I was getting pretty annoyed at running away from the priest and not being able to do anything about it because it just deals so much damage. And all 3 stairs were within line of sight of the priest too. That was pretty bad. Normally you would just go upstairs and then downstairs to avoid a monster, but in this case it was not really a possibility. Let's see what we got. Cloak of Poison Resistance. Is that new? No, it's not new. It must be like a really rare item, but I think those have existed for a long time. So yeah, I am a gargoyle. I'm already immune to poison, so it's not really that significant of an item for me, but it's still a +1 cloak, so we take those. Yeah, all stairs and the shaft. It was a situation where the game really wanted me to fight the priest. I didn't really have any other thing that I could do. I still have not found teleport. If I had teleport, I could have just gone upstairs, press teleport, and go downstairs, but it's not something that I can really do. Okay, a bunch of books. I'm not really wanting to cast spells this game. I'm more of a fan of going melee with most characters, and certainly with gargoyles, that would be the case. Okay, what is honored by your kill? Okay, I was not expecting that, but sure, we take those. More strength, so I can wear heavier armor in the future. Not that a gargoyle is in dire need of using heavy armor. A gargoyle can go through the game with robe, or like there's a bunch of weak body armor that has very good effects, such as the salamander hide armor and Sigatubi's Embrace or the Roll of Clouds. Yeah, there's a couple of them. Do I have resistance to electricity? Oh, I do. That's very nice. Um, yeah, there's a bunch of them, and Gargoyle can actually make use of them. So if I found like the Robe of Vines of Trias Mailcoat, there's a lot of them. Those would be good finds for a Gargoyle, unlike like pretty much any other character that would like to be able to make use of those effects, but cannot really do so because it sacrifices a bunch of armor class. Um, So we found a buckler, which is pretty nice because I'm not planning to use a two-handed weapon this game. I think I can just put it on, and we can do that, and we can also do a bit of this as well. Now I'm currently training two things. It's not something that I really like, but it doesn't really matter because I already have the mace at 1-0 delay. So I think we can just do that. Okay, no priest here, so we can just take this fight. Like many people say that wizards are scarier than priests, but I strongly disagree with that assessment. I find that for almost all races, a priest is exponentially more dangerous than a wizard at the depth they start appearing at. Like sure, a wizard can like confuse you and stuff, and a priest can kill you. A priest can kill you. Doesn't even need to be able to have line of fire against you. It just sees you and kills you. And that seems to be much more dangerous, at least to me. In my opinion, priests are much more dangerous than wizards. Okay, Eustachio this early is pretty nice because it's not gonna be like a really hard kill. All his summons were not dealing damage, and it was marked as an extremely dangerous monster, so I was expecting to get extra piety from Okawaru. It was not the case, but it's not really that big of a deal. I still got some good piety from Okawaru. Um, so there's a Nugget there. It could hurt me. It could hurt me really bad. But the thing is that I have a bunch of armor class, so I think even if it hits me, it's not gonna hit me that hard. And even if it gets within melee range, I can like throw a boomerang of dispersal, or I can blink. I have scrolls of blinking, so I think we can give that a try. Let's see what happens. Okay, hits me but does no damage. Does 11. I think I can take one more hit. It's really pushing the limit, but I think we can take one more hit. Closely misses. Okay, and we kill it. Okay, that was rather lucky. I definitely shouldn't have done that, but yeah, at the end of the day, it paid out. So sure, doesn't really matter. Mm-hmm. Okay, what did we get? Okay, what will now give you ammunition as you gain piety, and we got all the skill that I needed with my buckler. Getting shafted into a Bailey is really unlucky because now if I have to choose between going back to my original level and losing the Bailey or trying to do the Bailey and potentially dying in it. Um, it's such a shame because Baileys normally have some crazy loot. Oh, that's not good. Um, okay, please help me, Okawaru. Okay, we got Hero. Hero gives me pretty much minimum delay with the mace. Um, Maze has minimum delay of 14, so I currently pretty much have minimum delay with my 13.6. And it also gives me like a bit more armor class, a bit more evasion, a bit more shield, I guess. So yeah, Maggie is still kind of dangerous because she can hit me for up to 13.9 with Bolt of Fire. I do not have a source of fire resistance. It's super early in the game. I guess I have 2 heal wounds, so there's that. But yeah, getting shafted into Maggie is pretty nasty. Mm, I wish I had something like Berserk would maybe um, win me this fight, and same goes for Might and probably Haste as well. But I don't have anything, like absolutely anything. Mm. I guess I could blink Maggie with my last boomerang of dispersal, and then I could blink myself away from Maggie or maybe into the downstairs to flee her. But I think I may be able to kill her. Oh, she has more HP than I do, and she probably hits a lot harder than I do as well. Okay, let's give it a try. Okay, we miss. We take one from Bolt of Fire. That's crazy. Okay. Oh man, I'm not dealing damage, and it's only a matter of time until she actually deals damage to me. Okay, thank you for stopping by, What? I hope you have a nice day. Okay, that sucks. I'm thinking that I want to train invocations so that I don't run out of hero like every 5 turns. Um, okay. All right, let's go. Ooh, and I gained 4 levels of invocations. That's crazy. Okay, we got a nice side grade, I guess, in the form of these acid dragon scales. They give me less armor class, but they give me resistance to corrosion and a bit more evasion. So I'm gonna take that just because I'm a gargoyle and um, I don't really need the armor class. I would prefer to have resistance to corrosion. Um, Okay, do I? I guess I have a bunch of unidentified scrolls. Maybe the correct thing to do would be to read them all to try to find the scroll of magic mapping, instead of just trying to randomly wander into the thing. Okay, we found magic mapping. I'm still gonna read the rest. Okay. So where's the portal? It's all the way over there. Okay, I'm gonna give it a try. If it's too bad, I can always get out. Bailey's happen to be like that, but I think there may be a chance for me to actually be able to make a stand here. Hmm. Yeah, it's a bunch of orcs. As long as I don't see a priest, we are okay. Like it's very unlikely that these orcs will get past all my armor class and evasion, I guess. Even if they have like relatively big weapons, like there's a bunch of orcs with halberds and spears, I still think I have a very decent chance of beating them. A bunch of orcs with polearms here, so you're theoretically fighting like 12 orcs at the same time or something, and they still were pretty much unable to beat me. Okay, we get a bunch of gold for that, and after that there's warriors. Nothing that I'm really afraid of. Like yet again, as long as it's not a priest, I should be okay. I'm still going to use hero for that because I want minimum delay in my mace. I would like to find um, a nice mace to upgrade to. Like a Morning Star would be sick, or a Dire Flail. I guess if I got a Dire Flail, I would get rid of my buckler at least temporarily. Okay, we lost hero, not a big deal. Okay, I think this Bailey has a knight, and a knight may be too strong for me. Well, we are going to have to wait and see. Oh, that's not good. Like, I don't want to get hit by 2 warriors at the same time. Okay, I'm just gonna use a heal wounds there because I was dropping very low on HP. I was pretty sure that the next hit was going to kill me, so yeah, I had to do it. And it's not like I could have run away from that orc because it had a polearm. Okay, we got a bunch of loot. Hopefully, including a coppery potion. Could be a potion of experience. I'm very skeptical. I don't think it will be a potion of experience. Ah, that's not good. We don't want to fight against that. Yeah, that's actually pretty rough. Okay, I guess I could use a potion, scroll of fear to make it lose the might potion. But then how do we play around the knight? Yeah, I feel like the scroll of fear is best saved to deal with the knight. I'm gonna try to. Oh, okay, that didn't work. And I absolutely cannot out-damage this guy. It has a bunch of armor, and I don't really deal a lot of melee damage at this point. So yeah, I need to use a Scroll of Fear. Okay, I'm gonna rest on the portal in case I really need to. Oh, it's still mighty. Don't come this way. No, don't come this way. Mm. That's gonna be an issue. Yeah, I could use like a net or something, or like another kind of evocable. Anything, pretty much. Anything that would allow me to beat this guy, but it's still mighty after so many turns. I even used a Scroll of Fear to make it go away, but it didn't seem to work. Man, when taking 9 damage is taking a lot of damage. That's not good. Mm. That's why I don't like gargoyles that much. The fact that they have such little HP and their aptitudes are not that fantastic either. Like, sure, they have good aptitudes for armor and shields, but but the weapon aptitudes are not that good, and that's kind of what you want to train first. Hmm. I think we need to go back to maces. Oh man, this is a pretty complicated situation. I certainly do not want to fight this thing, at least not while it is strong. If it didn't have might, I think it would be a very easy kill, and I could have grabbed all of these potions, including potentially what could be a potion of experience. But I don't think that is going to be possible. Or maybe I could use my heal wounds to try to fight off that guy, only to get like a potion of degeneration or something. I'm pretty sure that's one. That's what's going to be. There's 3 heal wounds there, so even if I use these 2, I would end up with a net gain of 1 and a couple of potions of curing and that mysterious potion. So I guess it's worth it. I'm gonna drink a curing here. Oh, that was brilliance. Well, it doesn't really matter. Okay. Oh, it's no longer mighty. Okay, perfect. That's all that I needed to see. It had another potion of might. Oh my god. What's up with this game? Jesus. So now it hits way too hard. Again, like it's so unlucky. 2 potions of might. 2 potions of might. Okay, there we go. Oh man, 2 potions of might. That's crazy. I cannot believe that guy had 2 potions of might. That actually blows my mind. Okay, that guy has a glyph and I'm not at full HP. I'm just gonna walk away from that guy and hopefully try to rest to full HP. Okay, so let's go back into the fray. Nork Knight with a scroll of shadow creatures. Okay, the Orc Knight is going to be pretty complicated to deal with. I may be able to do it, but it's gonna be pretty hard nonetheless. I'm gonna try to walk away from the summons to hopefully like make them go away, because otherwise I would just have to hit them. I think I can deal with the summons. Hmm. This is not an easy thing to do at this point in the game. It's certainly pretty hard. I got shafted 2 floors, landed next to Maggie. Luckily for me, Maggie was really easy. But then after that, the Bailey, and it's just too early for any character to do this. I guess a gargoyle would be um, relatively okay to do that. Do I have to go all the way through these guys um, to be able to get out? I don't know. So I'm thinking, oh, you're strong as well. Okay, we're not gonna deal with that. I'm just gonna read the scroll blinking to get past these guys and pick up my potions, including this mysterious potion that could be experience. That's the one that I'm most interested in. Okay, I'm gonna use Hero as a defensive buff because it gives me a bunch of evasion. Yeah, okay, I'm gonna walk into the other priest. Everyone has polearms here. Ugh, this is gonna be pretty complicated. There's 3 knights. Okay, there's no way I could have done this. Um, yeah, I thought we were almost done, but it obviously was not the case. Oh man, that's pretty rough. I don't know if there's anything past that. There's gotta be something. I'm just gonna be super greedy, and I'm gonna. Oh, there's nothing. Okay, that. Well, I think I would have had to blink past them anyway. So let's see what we got. Okay, potion of haste. I think it was not worth it. I used 2 potions of, or rather 2 scrolls of. Mm, I used 2 scrolls of blinking, which are kind of very valuable for. I did get a couple of potions of heal wounds. I did get like a couple of potions of curing as well. So I guess it was a reasonable trade-off. It was not like the best, but it was not terrible either, I guess. Okay, I see the priest. The priest is actually making me pretty nervous. Okay, we killed the priest, so now we can tap down the rest of these guys. Okay. Yeah, these guys do not compare to mighty warriors and knights. They're certainly not in the same category. Um, so let's go back to the level that I was in before I got shafted. Okay, finding a Dark Flail is pretty nice. Dark Flails deal a lot more damage than a mace. Um, Base damage 13 versus base damage 8. They also have less minimum attack delay, a bit less. So if I find slaying a Dark Flail is much better than a mace at applying that slaying. Okay, I'm gonna buy at least that, maybe the other one as well, and the scroll of identify, and the scroll of enchant armor, just to identify all of these. Okay, potion of degeneration and potions of attraction. I don't like potion of attraction. I feel like they should just go back to a potion of agility. I feel like potion of agility was much better than any of the attempted replacements to it. Okay, careful tabbing so that if I drop too low, I can take adequate measures. Being a gargoyle is kinda lame. Like you start with such little HP, you end up with a bunch of armor class, but the fact that you have such little HP means that things are extremely dangerous because they only need one good hit. It's pretty much the same issue that I have with Spriggans, but the difference is that gargoyles have better armor class, much better armor class than Spriggans. Okay, ooh, nice. That's a nice little upgrade. Yeah, +3 Darflail. That's pretty sick. I don't mind wielding it, wielding a cursed Darflail because I have removed curse and it just deals more damage than the one that I was currently using. So yeah, there's no need to worry about that. Okay, so these are Pico's lemurs. Makes me think that Pico is around. In fact, I know that Pico is around because that's pretty much the only way for lemurs to generate in this game. A whip of flaming. I don't think a whip of flaming is like an upgrade. In fact, I think it would be a downgrade from what I currently have. So I'm not even gonna bother picking it up. If it was a whip of electrocution, it would be a whole nother deal. I feel like a whip of electrocution is a very good weapon that can get you through a significant part of the game. Ooh, manual dodging. We're gonna put that in the wish list or in the cart pretty much. Later on in the game, I'm gonna buy that. Yeah, that's a nice find. A bunch of bookshops and not enough of weapon shops or armor shops or something that would actually impact this character. Um, okay, maybe let's not try to fight Invisible Morris with Ice Blast. Yeah, because it has potential to deal a lot of damage. Okay, if it blinks away, I'm just gonna go up and wait like 20 turns. There has to be a way for me to wait a specific amount of turns. Okay, it used Ice Blast on itself, and it killed itself like that. That's kind of interesting. We can get rid of the cloak, and we got a nice little upgrade. Let's see what this amulet is. It's an accuracy. I didn't want to wear it because I didn't want to wear Faith and destroy my piety with Okawaru. Maybe Faith would be okay with Okawaru because I get more gifts. But I prefer to use other amulets like Guardian Spirit, for example. Okay, this would be a good time to have Kirer, because Kirer kind of trivializes two-headed ogres, but I don't have it. Yeah, it's so unfortunate. Um, I guess I can use my Wand of Acid, but it's not gonna deal a lot of damage. I guess I can also use Ice Blast. And yeah, I definitely don't want to fight that thing in melee. The only way for me to kill it would be to kill it from afar, and I don't think I can properly do that at the moment, so I just have to run away. I think I may have gone the wrong way, so let's just go down. Okay. Let me exclude that so that I don't go up into taking a bunch of damage. And unlike a two-headed ogre, I think a regular one-headed ogre is gonna be something that I can properly deal with. Yeah. Okay, I just had to use my Wand of Flame, and it was enough to kill the ogre. Pretty nice. Okay, this level is pretty nasty. There's like there was like a Nork Wizard and a Priest. Well, a couple of Priests and a Centaur. And even a white band. Hopefully this white band has something good for me. I see a Morning Star. A Morning Star of Draining is pretty good. It is one-handed. It deals pretty much the same damage as it has Drain for you. I don't think it can drain me with 1 pip of resistance to negative energy, but maybe it can. I heard that draining now drains your maximum HP and that you recover it as you gain levels. That's pretty interesting, but yeah, I don't want to have my maximum HP drained when I have this little maximum HP. Okay, let's see. A Whip of Pain. No, I don't like Necromancy. Theoretically, a Whip of Pain would be a really good weapon because you don't have to train a lot for it, and it gives you a very nice return if you're using Necromancy. But I don't like Necromancy at all. I also think these guys don't have good aptitude for Necromancy. Yeah, -2. -2 is pretty bad, so we're not even gonna bother with it. It would have been a nice find for like a mummy or something, but I'm not a mummy or something. Um, okay, we found resistance. We found Berserker Rage. So yeah, I did get draining from that guy. Funnily enough, I got like a Morning Star of Draining, which is a pretty nice weapon for when I find like a Kite Shield and I wanna unwield this Darflail and use a Kite Shield and a Morning Star. But for now, the Darflail will do the trick. Yeah, I'm about to hit minimum delay with that Darflail, so I'm really excited for that. We're gonna... Okay, it's a Ring of Teleport, so it's time to remove Curse, get rid of that, and go back into the Ring of Protection. Okay, I see a Nork, which means that maybe there's a Priest around, and even though I'm experience level 10, a Priest would still be dangerous enough for me to play around it, like breaking line of sight and fighting it only one-on-one. At least now I can fight it. It only took me to be experience level 10, but I can fight Priests now. Okay. So yeah, those early game shops have had pretty much nothing for me. Kinda lame. I was really expecting something else instead of 2 bookshops. Bookshops, I swear that bookshops are pretty underwhelming. At least for most of my characters. There's gotta be a character that I play that is excited about actually finding a bookshop, but more often than not, I just don't really care about bookshops. Um, so I'm marked, and there's bees here. Luckily, I'm a gargoyle, and gargoyles don't really have to fear bees because the way that you trivialize bees is having armor class and being poison resistant. And gargoyles have both of those things by default. They don't really have to find anything. So bees are not really that scary. I still cannot outrun them, so they're gonna be kind of a pain. This level doesn't have corridors, so I guess I would have to position myself in here if I want to fight all of these things. But then I'm vulnerable to the things that are gonna be coming this way. So yeah, that's not a good position for me. If I had a one-up digging, I could just dig a hole here, but I don't. So I think the best way for me to deal with this situation would be to maybe try to make a stand there, but I'm getting flanked by even more bees. Um, I could read teleport. Maybe that's gonna be the correct choice. Yeah, I'm gonna try to wait out the mark, and then I'm gonna read teleport. And in the while waiting out the mark, I'm gonna try to run for the stairs because running up the stairs may also be a good way to get out of this one. Hmm. Okay, I got my path blocked, and this thing has so much evasion that it's very unlikely that I will ever hit it. And with the amount of HP that it has, and my low skills and low strength, I think I will have to hit it at least twice to kill it. But yeah, good luck hitting it with 70% chance to miss. Yeah, as I was expecting, one hit was not enough. Um, if I drop below 30 HP, I read a teleport. Okay, so now it's only a matter of waiting. If I drop below 15, I drink heal wounds. Okay, there we go. That's perfect. We got teleported into Randart armor. Hopefully it's good. Ah, it's pretty decent. It's pretty decent, let me tell you. It's a scale mail of fire resistance. Wait. Before I wear it, let's do this. It says here that my armor class would increase by 1. I wonder how much it ruins my evasion. I bet it's not that different from the Acid Dragon scales. Hmm. Well, let's just rest to maybe full HP, but it was not the case. Maybe the correct thing to do here would have been drinking that potion of ambrosia to regain as much HP as possible. Yeah, now that I'm gonna have to fight this thing, which is pretty dangerous at very low HP. At least it doesn't have that much HP itself, so I could feasibly kill it with 2 attacks. I could use Ice Blast, but Ice Blast is gonna make a lot of noise, so it's gonna attract a bunch of monsters into my position, which is not good. I guess I have 6 heal wounds if I really need to. And they are pretty much full heals because it's super early game and I have not a lot of HP, so I really need to identify those scrolls. Maybe they could help me right now. I don't know what they could be. Maybe one of them is acquirement. Yeah, I found a lot of scrolls this game, including a couple of the rare ones. I've already found Silence and Holy Wars. I think Ice Blast is the correct choice. Well, it's far away, so I cannot Ice Blast it. Okay, it makes a lot of noise, but I don't hear shouts, and now I do. It's almost dead. Okay, I'm just gonna use it again. Yeah. Okay, finally I can go and train fighting now that I have minimum delay in my main weapon. Okay, if it's only 1B, I think I should be able to deal with it. Oh, I see that there's a lot of them now. So I'm just gonna run for the hatch and get out of the level. And now I'm not really afraid of bees. Normally a character that's at 30 HP next to 4 bees would be terrified. But a gargoyle doesn't have to fear bees. And if it's only bees, I am more than well equipped enough to deal with them. Okay. Gonna keep shooting down my Wand of Ice Blast against this ugly thing. It hits kinda hard, but it causes poisoning since it's green and I'm immune to poison, so we should be good. I'm gonna use a Wand of Acid. Okay. Now it is corroded, it should deal less damage, it should take more damage, so I'm gonna try to melee it down. I should be able to. There we go. Easy peasy. And training fighting is gonna give me a bit more HP to play around with, which is gonna make the game much easier. Maybe I should have trained fighting a bit earlier, but I really wanted to get like hero enabled and like then my weapons minimum delay. All things that are kind of important to have this early in the game, like your weapon. And in the particular case of Okawaru, I really want hero to last more than 5 turns. Okay, first gift in the game from Okawaru, we got javelins. Oh, that's a bunch of monsters. Yeah, okay, but this time I have a corridor, and I don't have any monsters flanking me. Oh, I typoed away from the corridor, that could be bad. Okay, it wasn't that bad. It wasn't that bad. Yeah. I have a bunch of armor class, and now it seems that I'm dealing enough damage that extended fights are no longer that big of a deal. As long as I fight them in a corridor, I mean. Okay, I see edge of line center. We're just gonna shout a bit. We're gonna track the center hopefully to my position so that I don't have to walk towards it. Okay, I see there's more than one center. Okay, what do you have? Oh, you have acid. Okay, we're gonna step away from you. We're gonna maneuver into having you within melee range. Okay, I'm gonna try to kill this one first because I know this one is not gonna shoot into the other center because it would kill it. So we're gonna kill the one with Wand of Acid first. And now let me pick up the Wand of Acid and we can fight the other one. Okay. Picking up the Wand of Acid there was not really necessary, but I typoed into stepping on the corpse, so I was like, why not? Okay, we reached the point where the game is actually a bit more playable. The early game was pretty rough, especially with getting shafted next to Maggie and then having to do the Bailey. Um, at least the Bailey didn't really like. I was able to grab most of the loot the Bailey offered to me. I only left behind like a couple of potions of curing, and I guess the potions of might that the Orc Warrior picked up. Um, so yeah, it was okay. It was okay. I would have preferred to keep the Scrolls of Blinking because now I only have one of them left. Okay, we found Torment, Random Uselessness, and Acquirement. Let's go. Let's check it out. Okay, all 4 of those are pretty bad. The Kite Shield of Harm is terrible because Harm is a really bad property in my opinion. The Manual Short Blades is absolutely useless for this character. Even if I found like a quick blade of electrocution, I wouldn't be making the switch. Staff of Fire is absolutely useless, and the gold is just it's not a lot of gold, but it's certainly the best thing that I could get from that scroll. Pretty lackluster. Um, I guess not all acquirements can be good. So we're gonna go downstairs into D12. D11, I mean. I'm looking for that experience level 12. Once I have it, I should be good enough to go into Lair. I like to do Lair once I'm experience level 12. Um, I feel like by that point I'm already strong enough for most of the things that Lair can throw at me. I got a weapon. Ooh, an Ichor Stained Great Mace. I highly doubt that this is gonna be like fantastic, but it's worth checking out because it's a Randart and stuff. I guess it's pretty good. It is pretty good. I can swing it at 1.0 delay. I guess I can use it for now. Yeah, it's gonna one-shot a lot of things because it is a great mace and it is a highly enchanted Vorpal great mace. So yeah, I guess it's good for the early game. I think something weird may have happened with my session. Maybe it disconnected. Oh no 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 no. Oh, okay. What happened there? It's not a valid depth. Hmm. Yeah, I just had a bunch of lag to Kelby for some reason. Okay, I think we can get rid of the Morning Star, but I kind of want to keep it around because it may end up being my endgame weapon. I don't think I'm gonna go for like 20 maces and two-handed a two-handed weapon because I kind of want to use um, I kind of want to use mm, a shield. I feel like a shield may be important to this character. I'm getting kind of a lot of lag to Kelby. Interesting. So yeah, using a big weapon as a Nokawaru worshipper is not that big of a deal, even if you don't train it fully, because you can always use hero and get minimum delay on the weapon really easily. Okay, it hits you but does no damage. That's a very nice line of text to see when something hits you for 64. Okay, Okawaru's honored by my kill of the Boulder Beetle. That's pretty nice. I think I should train maces to 15. Um, yeah, we're gonna train fighting to 11, and then we're gonna go back to maces to 15. That would be so that when I use hero, I have the great mace at zero at minimum delay. It doesn't really require me to put a lot of experience into maces, and it does cost a bit of piety, but it's not that big of a deal. I think we can take the piety hit. Okay, we found Curer, which is pretty nice. I love Curer. Curer is an extremely good thing to find this early in the game because pretty much everything is vulnerable to Curer, and Curer pretty much guarantees you to win fights that otherwise you wouldn't be able to win. Like, for example, against those Orc Knights that I have to run away from a bit earlier before. Curer would have let me win those fights just by stacking Curer or by using Curer and then like hitting and running or something along those lines. So yeah, if I had found Curer earlier, I would have been able to get a bunch of experience with Okawaru and maybe even gifts and do the Bailey properly and a bunch of stuff. But it was not the case, not that big of a deal. So Cyclopes are slower than you. Um, hmm. Yeah, Cyclopes are slower than you. That guy is only quivering a large rock, so I can just take the rock and retreat and wait out to be back at full HP and then just take the fight in melee. Um, that's my strategy for Cyclopes. It's something that almost all characters can do, unless your character is extremely fragile, such as a Spriggan or Cat, or maybe a Binestalker. A Binestalker would also have issues with that. Um, but I don't like to play those characters precisely because they're so weak. And well, they're weak and fragile, I would say. Being fragile is being weak in this game. I feel like that's what it is. Okay, we found an amulet of regeneration. I'm just gonna put it on. We also have Fate. Maybe I should put on Fate. Yeah, I'm just gonna put on Fate so I can get gifts from Okawaru. Um, the more gifts that I can get from Okawaru, the better. I would like to find. I would like to get an Evening Star or a Demon Whip or something along those lines. Maybe if Okawaru gives me a Demon Trident, I would take a Demon Trident and I would just get rid of all my maces and stuff or something. I guess uh, I guess a broad axe, but it has to be like a really good broad axe. I normally don't use broad axes when I have something else that I could use. Okay, I deal a lot of damage with this great mace. That was a pretty fantastic gift to get from Okawaru, and to think that I was not even gonna check it because it was a two-handed weapon. I'm pretty glad that I ended up checking out the great mace. Okay, let's check out that ring. It's a ring of dexterity and it's cursed. Even if it wasn't cursed, I wouldn't have used it. Okay, maybe let's walk away from the slime creature. We can close the door. Those cannot open doors or eat them, so we are pretty safe. Okay, we found another ring. Um, I could train armor. I could train more fighting. I think I should train armor because it's so much cheaper. Um, a ring of attraction, a cursed ring of attraction, and I no longer have remove curse. So that could be a bit of an issue. I don't think it will be, but it can certainly be annoying. I'm gonna go into Lair. I feel like being a Maces user, I don't have anything to actually fear in Lair. Like Gargoyles are actually pretty well equipped to deal with Lair. Um, they don't have a bunch of HP, but they have a very good armor class. They're immune to poison. Their aptitudes, like you, more often than not, you will train something that's blunt, such as a mace, because of zero maces or zero staves as well, and they have -1 in bladed weapons, which are polearms, axes, and long blades. So you're not gonna chop off Hydra heads. That's kind of a nice little thing that I just realized. Um, so yeah, I should be able to melee Hydras. I feel like gargoyles are kind of made so they can melee Hydras. That's kind of funny because they get a lot of HP, so a lot of the damage that an Hydra would fire at you would get reduced. Okay, we got a Kite Shield. I'm gonna wear Identified. Let's see what it is. It's a Kite Shield of protection, so it gives me a bit extra armor class. It's a pretty decent item. I'm gonna keep it around. I'm not gonna start using it just right now because my Great Mace is pretty good. But yeah, in the future, I'm gonna maybe make the switch. Okay, being resistant to electricity is very rarely significant in the early game, but this time it was pretty useful because I was able um, to kill that electric eel without much issue. Sonya, this early pretty dangerous. Most characters would probably die in this situation. I don't really have any. Well, I guess I have enslavement. Um, but not a Gargoyle. A Gargoyle wouldn't really have to struggle against Sonya. I only need to take care not to be meleeed by Sonya because she has distortion. So yeah, I'm gonna try to. Okay, and now that she's closer to me, I can use. I can throw a dart of cure at her just to make her slow, and we can use Ice Blast to finish her off. There we go. And Okawaru was so annoyed by that kill. That was very nice. A bunch of centaurs. Don't walk towards them. Okay, they were all spread out, so some of them got to shoot the bow at me. Man, I'm dealing a lot of damage with this great mace. It's actually making me kind of want to keep it, but I know that's kind of unsafe, and the correct choice would be to just wear a shield because um, it's not like gargoyles have a lot of defenses. I mean, they have very good armor class, but that would be it. They don't really have that much HP, so any bit of help that they can get when it comes to surviving really does stack up. Okay, I'm gonna pillar dance this guy a bit. In fact, I have a square on him, so I can just throw Cure, and that allows me to actually run away from it. Now I could run for the stairs to rest to full HP, and that's probably what I am going to end up doing. I can also lure him towards a shaft. Oh, I thought that was a shaft, but it was not. The shaft is all the way over there. Oh well, let's just run for the stairs, and once I am at the stairs, I'm just gonna rest and go down and actually kill this elephant now. There we go, no big deal. Oh, I got hit very hard. Yeah, that's actually kind of bad because this thing can hit me for 34 and I have 31. Yeah, I would say that it would be incredibly unlikely for it to kill me, but I'm not gonna take the risk and I'm just gonna use a potion of heal wounds. Gastronok can airstrike for a lot of damage. So Gastronok at this point in the game, it's kind of like a Nork Priest in the sense that it can deal a lot of damage is if it can see you. So as a gargoyle, it's not something that I want to deal with. Okay, I could use poison darts. There's not a lot of them laying around in the dungeon, but I could use them to kill Gastronok. What does Gastronok have? Yeah, okay, I can see that he was here. Okay, it doesn't show, but I would like to see if he had a hat or something. Hat of Sea Invisible. Okay, I feel like that could be useful. No helmet. Also, I can wear a regular helmet. Maybe in that case, it's not worth to try to fight Gastronok. I think we can just leave the level. What's that? A whip and a quarterstaff? Nothing that I'm really interested in. Yeah, I think I should just leave the level. It's a bit safer to do that instead of trying to fight the 150 HP monster that can hit me for up to 50 damage. Okay, there's an ice cave. I don't have cold resistance, so an ice cave is kind of annoying. Oh, I never wore that scale mail. Oh, now I have cold resistance. That was actually pretty convenient. I think we can drop the buckler because I don't think I would use a buckler again now that I have a kite shield. Let's see, do I have a magic mapping? I do, so we can go ahead and try to go into the ice cave. Okay, we got a helmet of Sea Invisible. That's pretty nice. I'm very glad that I didn't end up fighting Gastronok because Okawaru ended up providing something that's better. And I feel like I'm ready to do a nice cave. That pip of cold resistance really sealed the deal. Without cold resistance, it would have been pretty hard. But now that I have cold resistance, it should be really easy. Yeah, I just fought a bunch of ice beasts, and they didn't really deal a lot of damage to me. I can tank a couple of turns of freezing cloud. As long as I am at full HP, shouldn't be that big of a deal. So yeah, that's cold resistance was exactly what I needed to do this part of the game. Okay, perfect. Yeah, this Great Maze has been sick. It has been actually what I needed. Okay, and Hero Great Maze, it means that I'm swinging it at minimum delay, so I can very easily kill a couple of these things, just because I deal so much damage. And Okawaru actually got pretty exalted by my kills there. Okay, let's identify that. We got Mutation, we got Potions of 3, we got a Rendered Ring. Let's check it out. It's not bad. It's actually pretty good. Let's get rid of Remove Curse and Attention, and let's put on the Ring of Evasion again. Actually, I have a couple of unidentified rings. Let's check that out. A Ring of Slaying. Okay, we are going to take that. That actually is pretty good. If I eventually find the Demon Whip, I can apply Slaying I can apply Slaying much faster with a Demon Whip. So yeah, that's a pretty good find. I think for now I would rather use the Ring of Evasion. That ring that I got, it has some nice properties, but for this character, the properties that I get don't really matter. Like I'm already immune to poison, and resistance to negative energy is not that big of a deal. I guess it is going to be a bit of a big deal now that draining reduces your maximum HP. It draining reducing skills was a nuisance, and I think draining reducing your maximum HP is actually going to be threatening. So that's a very nice buff to resistance to negative energy. Now it's actually worth using, and a kind of a buff to the Shining One in the early game, I would say, because he makes you immune to negative energy, so you don't have to fear losing maximum HP when you fight something like a white or something. Okay, that thing hurts. Alright. So there's a Nidra. I'm gonna hero just preemptively. I deal a lot of damage. Oh man, I deal a lot of damage. Yeah, I'm liking this. Like maybe going for a shield would be a mistake because I am dealing so much damage. I think in order for me to go for a shield, I need to find like a really good shield and a really good one-handed weapon. Both of those things are kind of unlikely. The shield that I currently have is not something that I would consider to be a really good shield. It's certainly a decent shield, but it's not like the greatest thing ever. I'm gonna use that scroll of immolation to get rid of all these bees. Normally I would use Tin of Tremor Stones, but I don't have it. So yeah, immolation just did the trick there. I didn't want to fight so many bees at the same time while Queen Bee was and on the other side of the screen. That would have been pretty bad, even with my armor class and stuff. Okay, I'm going to get rid of the ring of that ring. Let's see. I'm gonna get rid of that one, and I'm gonna put on the ring of evasion. I think I may be overvaluing evasion, but I feel like it's pretty good to have evasion and a character that already has very good armor class. And the other properties from that ring don't really matter to me. But I found a ring of willpower, and I feel like that is one of my favorite things to have in this game. Willpower. I feel like that is very important because there's a lot of very nasty things that check magic resistance, or I guess it's called willpower now. A lot of very nasty things that check willpower, and you don't want to get affected by them. Like you can get banished, you can get paralyzed, you can get petrified, you can get confused. It's a bunch of them, and yeah. Also, like as you can see, I don't really have a lot of willpower as a gargoyle. At least it seems like that because I have an item that gives me willpower, and I only have 1 pip. And normally by this point in the game, with an item of willpower, I would have 2 pips of willpower. So yeah, I guess Nergal is now more a lot scarier now that she can drain your maximum HP. A robe of willpower, I could wear that, but I'm not going to. Not going to. I'm just gonna hope that I get more willpower gear instead of a robe. Like as much HP as I have as a gargoyle, I still don't want to. I still don't want to wear a robe. Okay, that's a ring of stealth. Nothing that I really am interested in. Guardian Spirit. Guardian Spirit would actually be pretty nice. I'm actually gonna carry it around. Even if I'm not gonna use it right now, it may be something worth using later on. That same goes for that Ring of Fire. It's certainly like the worst source of fire resistance in the game because it also makes you weak to cold. But I'm gonna carry it around just because I may find a volcano. And if I find a volcano, I would like to have a bit more fire resistance to be able to do it. Okay, we found plate. I think we can get rid of that. Oh, that's very nice. That's actually pretty sweet. Um, talking about an item of willpower, Okawaru provided me with that +3 plate of willpower. Digging that Great Mace. Yeah, it is a pretty good Great Mace to have this early in the game. It's relatively well enchanted. It has a decent brand that it's only upside. Um, and I don't even have to train a lot of maces because thanks to Okawaru I can just train for 15, which I already have, and then I can turn on Heroism for minimum delay, which is pretty good. So yeah, I was commenting about the fact that maybe I could throw it away for a shield and a one-handed weapon, but it's gonna have to be a really good one-handed weapon and a really good shield, and I haven't seen any of those items yet. Like I'm talking Evening Star or Demon Whip and the Shield of Resistance or the Shield of Ignorance or the Shield of the Gong, something like actually pretty good for me to want to get rid of this Great Mace. Um, let's see, what else do I want to get rid of? I think I may want to get rid of this. Yeah, for sure this, and I want to keep that around. Okay. Um, Maybe I should also carry around this scale mail, just in case I find a volcano. Okie dokie, I'm dealing a lot of damage. Like normally, it's been a long time since I have used a character with a two-handed weapon this early in the game, and it feels good. Like it feels good to not be like scratching monsters. Like oh, you hit the monster is slightly damaged, and so on until it dies. It feels good to hit the monsters very hard very early in the game and just kill them in one or two attacks. Um, yeah, I really missed that. I should do it more often. Like two-handed weapons are very nice because of that. Mm, what is that? Poison darts. Okay, I may need these. Oh, maybe I shouldn't have done that. Yeah, we're gonna get out of here. We're gonna close it. I'm gonna put on fire resistance, a bunch of fire resistance, and then we're gonna jump in. I'm not gonna do the entirety of it because I know at the end of it there's like a couple of apocalypse crabs, and those are actually pretty scary. So I'm just gonna kill those two fire crabs, and we are gonna go back into using willpower. I'm carrying a bunch of rings. Let's see what I can drop. Okay, I think I can drop regeneration and the ring of protection. I think it's very unlikely that I'm gonna use two rings of protection, so I'm gonna just carry around the better one. Oh, I was auto exploring into something that I shouldn't auto explore. Yeah, that is going to be a pretty deadly bolt, and we're not even gonna attempt to do it. Okay, alrighty. Why am I currently training armor? Okay, let's not train armor anymore. I feel like I already have a bunch of armor class. 41 armor classes, it is a lot. Like, monsters are not gonna be hitting me very hard for the rest of the game. Or rather, it's gonna be really rare that monsters hit me very hard. What was that? A rip rope. Okay, I don't really care about ropes. I guess I can check it out just because, as I mentioned earlier, the fact that a gargoyle has so much armor class just by being a gargoyle, it allows me to just be able to get away with using ropes and leather armor and stuff, other body armors that most other races wouldn't be able to use. That rope was pretty okay. I guess it had slaying, um, but it also made me weak to magic resistance. Like it is subtracted from my magic resistance or willpower, I guess it's called now. And yeah, I cannot use items that make me weak to willpower because a gargoyle doesn't really have that much willpower. It took until experience level 14 for me to get my first natural pip of willpower. Um, okay, I think that is a good situation for me to use heroism. So I'm just gonna use it to get rid of all these dead jacks. And we got a scarf. It could be a scarf of resistance. It's a scarf of repulsion. I think I can afford losing the 3 or 4 extra armor class that I got from that cloak just to have repel missiles because I don't have a lot of evasion and I have a lot of armor class, so every bit of evading helps, and the Scarf of Repulsion is gonna help with like Yaktars and stuff later on. Oh, wait, why am I sidestepping these? I'm a gargoyle. I cannot be petrified. Yeah, nice upside, random upside from being a gargoyle that is also shared by monsters with, or rather not monsters, but players with statue form. Okay, this is not a nice situation to be fighting in because I'm getting meleeed by a million monsters at the same time. So I would rather just I killed the ones that were blocking my path, and now I can go ahead and fight the rest of them. I think I can even use finesse just to swing super fast. So now this is 15 maces, great mace swinging, and I'm swinging at 0.4, 0.3. It's so fast, and it's deals so much damage. Like you're pretty much unbeatable in melee when you have bot buffs active at the same time. It's so good. Oh man, and to think that I got Okawaru from a faded altar, that was pretty lucky. Okay, we got a tower shield from Okawaru. It needs to be really good for me to actually consider using it. It needs to be insanely good, but I don't think it will be. It's only a tower shield of cold resistance. I guess it's pretty decent, but it's not as good as my great mace. Certainly not for now. Um, let's see. We got a rendered ring. Another okay. This one is actually just a worse version of a ring that I'm already carrying. This one gives me resistance to negative energy as well, which can be relevant now that getting drained subtracts from your maximum HP. That's a very interesting change that they made to draining. Like now it's actually scary. You don't want to get drained. Um, this is coming from a person that has experienced purple drain before. Like purple drain is as high as you can go when it comes to draining. Normally you just die when you get to that point of draining, but I've gotten purple drain and survived and won that game. So yeah, now draining is actually scary. You don't want to get purple drain anymore because I assume that if you ever get purple drain, you're gonna have like 3 HP, so you're probably gonna die to the next thing that finds you. Um, let's go do Orc. Okay, I feel like I've been going pretty fast with this character. Let's see. Oh, Sod will find you in 6,000 turns if you stay in this branch and explore no new floors. Interesting. Well, that's nice to see. Yeah, only 1 hour and 11 minutes. And that was me one-shotting a troll. Okay, pretty nice. Let's go down. Okay, that is complicated. I'm getting smitten left and right by that priest. I don't have a good way to break line of sight. Yeah, 5 viewers. I hope it goes up and stuff. But it's pretty nice to have people that enjoy the content and stuff like that. This I think can be pretty dangerous, so I'm just gonna walk away from it and curate it a bit. I can even jump into the dispersal trap to loot it away from me, just like that. It is very poisoned, so it should die to poison. Yeah, there we go. And Akawaru really loved me killing a Netin, because normally characters at this point in the game wouldn't be able to deal with a Netin, just because they're so dangerous. I guess I can fly just to cross the deep water and kill these guys. How can I stop flying? Okay, it's very important to not be flying around mindlessly because you're gonna forget about it and then you're gonna fight a monster with airstrike and the monster with airstrike will hit you for like 100 damage and you will die in a situation where you wouldn't have died if you were not flying. So yeah. What do you think about maces versus axes? I actually don't really like axes that much. I've mentioned that before. Axes don't have the base damage that I would like to see on my melee weapon. And maces certainly do have it. Maces actually have the greatest base damage out of all weapons. Like great maces have base damage of 17 for only skill level 20. So that's pretty good. Um, a comparable weapon in any of the other weapon classes would be the top of the line, like um, the triple sword or the executioner's sax or the bardiche, and those require a lot more training. They have their own upsides, but they require much more training than a great mace does. So I guess like maces is one of my favorite classes because it doesn't require you to train it a lot and it deals a lot of damage. So I really like maces, but probably my favorite class would be maybe polearms because of the reaching. I feel like the reaching is a pretty good effect to have. I'm gonna buy these so I can identify them. Okay, I'm carrying a bunch of garbage here. I don't think we will ever go back to using a dart flail. I think we can drop the boomerangs and the javelins and the stones. And what else do we drop? I guess we can drop flight. It's actually useless for this character now because I can just turn on my own flight. And that's it. I don't see that I'm carrying like... Oh, I guess I can drop the potions of 3. It's already late in the game and I'm a gargoyle. I don't think I would ever want to use a potion of 3. Okay, I see a sun demon. It's a summoned sun demon, so it's not that dangerous. I just need to kill the summoner. That reminds me that we are going to be training a bit of evocations. I think we can go up to 8 because I don't as a as a gargoyle I don't have very good aptitude for that, so I don't want to spend that much experience leveling it up. Let's see, we are going to be using acid to get past the sun demon and shooting the high priest or the sorcerer rather. And again, more acid. Okay, deals a lot of damage to the orc sorcerer, but it's still not dead. Okay, I accidentally only shot the sun demon, but I killed it, so I was able to just walk towards the sorcerer and kill it. Hey Poncho, thank you for the 2 gift subs. I appreciate it. That was actually quite unexpected. I appreciate your generosity and stuff. I hope you also succeed in like Twitch and stuff. I feel like it's something that you need in your life. Like I feel like it would make you happy. I'm getting drained quite a bit here. Now that draining subtracts from your maximum HP, it's much more scary. I really like the buff to draining. Like it's obviously much more deadly now, but that makes the game much more interesting. I see that there's rendered plate here. I'm not gonna buy it just yet, but I will buy it. I'm just gonna check the rest of the shops because maybe one of these shops is going to be like a big deal. Oh, you got Sartan Dragonbane and Jatkaru. Both of them are rather recent follows. So yeah, that's very nice to see. Did you know that you can target your gift subs? You can see someone in chat that has been like a nice person and stuff, and you can click on their name and give them a sub. Like you can actually select who receives the gift subs. It doesn't really have to be random. It's just a nice little thing that you may be able to do for your followers. Like that's actually something that I was going to suggest, but forgot to do so. You can set like a channel point reward for like a bunch of channel points, like maybe 100,000 channel points, and you can say, I will give you a gift sub for 100,000 channel points. It is going to be like maybe a net negative for you because it costs you money and you don't really get a lot in return. But if someone has watched you for that long, I guess it may not be terrible for you to give them a sub. So yeah, you could consider that once your channel grows and stuff. Let's go to Orc 1 because I haven't cleared the entirety of it. I'm getting smitten pretty hard here. Smites are like kryptonite for a gargoyle. You don't want to get smitten, pretty much never, because you have such little HP. Okay, there's Suruk. We're gonna go downstairs with this guy, rest of full HP, and bop. Okay, you have a +6 double sword. It's unfortunate. Uruk has such good weapons, and this time she got a +6 double sword. It could have been a +6 Evening Star, and that would have made me throw away my great mace most likely. But it was not. It was a double sword. But yeah, double swords are a pretty good weapon type. They deal a lot of damage. They don't deal as much damage as Evening Stars, but they still deal a lot of damage. Um, you mean Warren? Warren has followed me. Rather recently. He raided me the other day and stuff. Uh, so yeah, I guess you could say he's active. He's being around. So that was pretty good. That was pretty good actually. Let's go back and buy that plate that I found earlier. Let's see what we got here. Okay, hopefully it's good. Let's see what we got. Ah. So on one hand, it's very highly enchanted. On the other hand, it makes me weak to fire. But it also gives me extra mana that can turn into HP if I were Guardian Spirit. Overall, I think I'm not gonna be able to use it. I think I would prefer to use my current plate of Willpower. It gives me much less armor class, but it also gives me actual upside in the form of Willpower. I really value having high Willpower. So yeah, it's kind of a shame. I was a bit excited when I saw that it was +10, but it was overall a disappointment. I guess other characters would be able to make use of that plate. Okay, let's go downstairs into D13. We got glowing boots. I don't think I had boots before. Yeah, okay. So now that was a nice shaft. I landed next to an elf wizard, so I was able to kill it very easily. If I had landed at the edge of it, at the edge of line of sight of that elf wizard, it would have been much more dangerous. Okay, I actually want to check out what these whites have. A +4 mace would have been good earlier on, but now it's not really anything impactful. Now that I have something actually really good. I'm thinking about going from 15 maces to 16 maces. It's not that big of an investment. And if I ever throw away the mace, like the great mace, and go for a one-handed weapon, I would like to have 16 maces so that I can use the Evening Star as a minimum delay weapon without having to use heroism. So yeah, it's something worth considering. I'm getting really hard by these ugly things. Ugly things hit really hard. The extra elemental attack that you get from the Evening Stars is like a big deal. Poncho, thank you for gifting a sub to Warren. FYGP. FYGP. Okay, maybe let's not kill myself. So here's something nice that you can do as a gargoyle, and only as a gargoyle. You can toggle on flying, and now monsters cannot reach me. If I had a polearm, I could use the polearm to kill these monsters. I don't have a polearm or launcher, so I just can use it to heal myself. I can drink a potion of ambrosia, for example, and we can just wait it out. Okay, now that I have enough HP, we can just get out of here and fight monsters. This also works as an improvised choke point. I pretty much have I pretty much only have one monster hitting me at the same time, which is pretty good. Something that's not really good? Getting hit by a very large slime creature. I would like it to split if possible. Yeah, you're kind of simping really hard here, but I appreciate it. Thank you for contributing to the channel. Maybe we can hit the subscriber goal of 25. I need 25 to unlock another emote slot, and if I get 25, I already have another emote that I want to upload for the tier 1. In fact, it's already uploaded. Yeah, now you have access to my 2 emotes. I have these 2 as tier 1s. And my next one for tier 1 when I unlock the next slot would be this one, if we unlock it in time. Otherwise, I guess it would be a good old Hydra. Okay, now D14 two-headed oggers after doing Orc, they're not really that dangerous, especially after killing a Nettin. Like, a Nettin is just a more dangerous two-headed ogre. So if we can kill Nettins, we can also kill two-headed oggers. Okay, I'm just melting through things. That's the thing about gargoyles. Gargoyles are actually pretty strong, but they have a rather rough early game because they have such little HP. But I already got out of the early game, so now I am actually pretty powerful. Okay, let's get away from all those bugs because they're kinda scary. Especially that orb spider. That can hurt me pretty bad. Okay, the orb spider changes into a Tengu, so we can just run and melee it. Okay, we're gonna train invocations to 8 because that's what I want for like finesse. Seriously? Did you get the doggy removed? Like, what happened there? What happened there? You should receive an email if like your emote gets rejected or something. You should look into that. Okay, not bad. So yeah, thank you for your contributions to the channel, Poncho. I appreciate it. Hopefully we can take advantage of these gift subs and get to 25 for the next emote slot. I would really appreciate that. Okay, that's crazy. Yeah, you should check your email. Normally, like if you get an emote removed, they send you an email. Hey, this emote was not cool and we removed it for this. Um, okay, nothing that I'm really interested in. Maybe the scale mail of willpower, but I don't think I need it. I think I prefer the plate that I currently have. Okay. Another nice upside of being a gargoyle is that I cannot get flayed. So this flayed ghost is not really that threatening. I cannot be affected by flail, as it says here, and is ineffective against unnatural targets. And I guess a gargoyle is indeed very unnatural. Okay. Tidal skeletons hit very hard. Okay, so we're gonna train this to 16. And then after that we can go into fighting. I guess we are going to train fighting to like 26.9 or something. I guess I could also get a bit of dodging. Okay, a Guardian Mummy. Interesting monster to see in D15. Those pretty much don't generate randomly. They only generate in Tomb and in certain bolts such as that one, I guess. That one had some pretty high level skeletons. I guess at the end of the day, skeletons are still skeletons, so even if it's like a Titan skeleton, it's not really that threatening. Okay, we got more armor from Okawaru. Let's see what we got. We got boots. They're probably gonna be boots of running or something. Okay, let's see here. Where is a tin of tremor stones? Okay, we killed the Bogart, we killed another Bogart, so now there's 2 more to go. Tin of Tremor stones is really good against Bogarts because they're so fragile. They don't really have a lot of armor class or HP, so you can kill them very easily by just using Tin of Tremor stones and having it hit. They're pretty much guaranteed to die from that. So I did get Boots of Running, so now I can run away from pretty much anything in the game. That's pretty nice. Yeah, it's a pretty nice item to have. I wouldn't say that it's the best item in the game, but it is pretty good nonetheless. It gives you an option that normally you wouldn't have access to, which is um, being able to run away um, without using consumables. So now I can do that against any monster in the game. Pretty sweet indeed. Okay, we got a rendered Brodax. I don't even want to check it. I guess I should. Maybe it's incredible, but I don't think it will be as incredible as my Great Mace. So I'm not going to. I'm not going to check it. Okay, we got minimum delay with an evening star if I ever get an evening star. So next up on our list, we are going to be training dodging to like 8. It's not really that expensive to train this at this point in the game, but it's not something that I really am interested in training that much just because the aptitude for dodging is pretty bad. Wow, you're really going hard on the Twitch thing um, with the bits and stuff. By the way, I haven't been able to hear the alerts. Um, have you been able to hear the alerts? Like that's kind of a big deal for Twitch. Um, okay, no sound for alert for bits, huh? Okay, I may have to look into that later on. Um, yeah, as soon as I'm done streaming, I'm gonna check it. I'm gonna check that because it is kind of important anyway. So that was pretty good. That was it for the dungeon and lair and orc. So now the next thing to do is to get a rune. I guess a spider would be the easiest rune to get. I don't want to do shoals. Shoals is pretty dangerous, so I'm gonna do spider. Pretty much the only thing in spider that really scares me would be orb spiders. Yeah, orb spiders are pretty bad. In fact, let me quiver my darts of poison. Darts of poison are gonna be really good against the spiders. Okay, this would be a good time to have an axe, but I don't have an axe and I don't really wanna get an axe, so we're just gonna roll with the Great Mace. Maybe we use Hero to have the Great Mace at minimum delay. It also increases my accuracy a bit. Okay, an Orb of Destruction comes into view and it's about to wreck me. Can I blink somehow? Maybe I should learn blink. I mean, I do have blink the spell and it's only a 52% chance to fail it. I guess I can dedicate a bit of experience towards actually getting blink because it can be a pretty strong spell. Um, okay, so we kill the thing and we learn blink. And after I'm done training dodging, we're gonna train a bit of spellcasting and transmute and translocations. Not a lot, only enough for me to be able to cast blink. It's pretty much the only spell that I'm interested in this game. This is pretty much a melee character. Yeah, more often than not, playing characters as melee characters instead of trying to force some form of weird hybrid works. Um, Okay, I'm dealing a lot of damage to this Emperor Scorpion. That's kind of weird. I'm used to Emperor Scorpions actually being pretty tanky, but I kind of melted that guy. The beauty of using a two-handed weapon. Okay, perfect. Let's see what else we got here. Bunch of spiders. I guess we can use Tin of Tremor Stones. Yeah, there we go. If I have 2 charges of Tremor Stones, I can just use it and then wait for it to recharge. I don't think it's that big of a deal. A shiny ring mail, we can just leave that on the floor. Nothing that I'm really interested in. Okay, that guy is pretty annoying. Do I have resistance to corrosion? I don't. So I guess it's a matter of if I can kill it before it destroys me. And I was able to. That's very nice. Um, Perfect. Yeah, these poison darts are going to do wonders against those or spiders. Okay. Roxanne. Best to walk away from that um, unless I'm going to use a statue form and I don't have it from some other source. I don't like Francis. Francis needs to be buffed seriously, I feel like. Um, Francis is like I always comment on it when I find Francis, but Francis has nowhere near the power level required to actually kill a Pandemonium Lord. That would actually be threatening. So I feel like it should be reflavored as a late game enemy that actually can kill a Pandemonium Lord instead of whatever it is right now. Okay, let's go upstairs. And let's rest to full HP because that got kind of scary because I was confused and I didn't want to use a potion of curing to get rid of the confusion. Um, so yeah, with this amount of armor class that I have, monsters are not really dealing a lot of melee damage. Or maybe they're dealing damage, but it's not that much damage. So even if the damage does eventually pile up, it's nothing that I cannot really manage, as opposed to my previous character. Okay, that guy has some sick gear. Demon Blade of Electrocution is one of my preferred weapons. Okay, summoned an Executioner. Luckily for me, I have a bunch of armor class, because most characters would be melted by an Executioner this early. I think I want to teleport. Yeah, teleporting sounds like not a bad idea. Okay. Um, yeah, I was commenting on the fact that my previous null was having serious issues because it had very bad armor class. And this character doesn't really have that issue, even though it has less HP than the null, which was also an issue for me with my previous character. It's not that big of a deal because I am not taking like 10 I'm not taking like more than 10 damage every turn. It's very rare that I take more than 10, so it's very manageable. I'm gonna fly through here. We fly now, and then let's get rid of the flying, and let's go downstairs. Okay. I really don't like I really don't like Spider because it's just a bunch of open areas and monsters that confuse you and a bunch of very nasty things. Let's get rid of the confusion with curing. Let's kill the tarantula first so that I don't get confused again. Berserking monsters are kind of dangerous because Berserk gives them 50% extra damage, so it's more likely for them to pierce through your armor class and deal some damage to you, and I'm just getting destroyed by this Berserk Tarantula. I may want to teleport here. Yeah, this is not a nice situation to be in. I don't want to be in Spider 3. I would rather be in Spider 2. So I Wreath Teleport and go upstairs, or I go upstairs and Wreath Teleport. I should train for spellcasting and translocations right now. This would be a good situation for me to blink, but I cannot blink without using a scroll blinking. I guess I can fear, and it would fear 3 monsters, and then I can go upstairs bringing only the Tarantula and the Demonic Crawler. Yeah, we can give that a try. Okay, that kind of works. I'm gonna drink a heal wounds because I'm kind of low on HP. I'm gonna try to kill the tarantula. Perfect. So now I'm gonna focus on the Hornet. The demonic crawler is annoying. It's not really scary for this guy. They're fast and they hit relatively hard, but I have a bunch of armor class, so it's not a big deal if the monster is hitting me hard. Kidoki. Okawaru was honored by that kill. Very nice. Okay, do I have... I should get that. Scrolls of Immolation are very important, especially like in Spider. In Spider, nothing really resists the explosions and stuff. So yeah. Let me drop something here. What do we drop? I think I dropped the Scale Mail of Cold Resistance because I already did like the Ice Cave, so it's unlikely that I will need to wear that ever again. Okay, getting hit really hard by the Entropy Weaver, I guess. Okay, that should do the trick. Even though I'm at 45 HP, I think I'm still in control of the situation. Yeah, there we go. As I suspected, nothing that was really scary. Let me check that thing. It's a Kite Shield of Cold Resistance. It's good, but it's not good enough for me to give up the thing. Okay, do I have... I guess I don't have File of Floods. I have one Scroll of Silence that I can use against Asterion so that he doesn't summon greater demons. Do I have to use it, however? I don't think I do. I think I already am going to destroy him pretty hard with what I'm about to do to him. Let's put on the Ring of Slaying. We're gonna... Asterion blocks your attack. Okay, let's see. Let's hope that doesn't happen that much. Oh, you hit Asterion but do no damage. That's not a nice message to see. Yeah, it's between blocks your attack and you hit and deal no damage. Okay, I was able to kill it nonetheless. Didn't summon any monsters. Didn't really use any of its god abilities. Oh, nice. Scarf of Resistance is what I really want to see. I appreciate the resistances, and I think the resistances are more valuable than repel missiles. So I'm just gonna stick with the Scarf of Resistance probably for the rest of the game. Um, so yeah, that's pretty nice. Let's just go and do the rest of Spider and let's get that first rune. It's not gonna be really complicated. I have not really been in a situation where I'm like, oh no, I may die next turn. Which is pretty nice because the null by this point in the game, the null was in that situation pretty much 2 or 3 times every floor, which is not ideal. Like, I don't like to play characters that are that weak, that every 2 or 3 encounters they're at risk of dying and they have to use consumables and stuff like that. And the null was pretty much that. Admittedly it was because I was not building accordingly. Like, I'm pretty sure that Null had access to statue form in some way. Like, it had the spell, and maybe if I had worn robe and archmagi and wizardry, I should have been able to get actual defenses so that I could melee things. But I just didn't think of that, which was kind of lame. That's what I should have done in that Null. But it doesn't really matter. It is what it is. It's in the past. All that's left is to just think about those things in the future so that I don't kill the character in the same way. Okay, bunch of spiders are coming from all sides, including a Moth of Wrath. And a Moth of Wrath is not something that we want to see because it can berserk everything. So I'm gonna use Tin of Tremorstones and hopefully we get the kill on the Moth of Wrath. We did not. We actually didn't even come close. Only one of the explosions hit. So yeah, that's not something that we can fight against. If if I had Immolation, that would have been a fight that I would have taken. Like just read Immolation, use Tin of Tremor Stones, and that would have destroyed all of those spiders. But I don't have Immolation, and Immolation has been actually a pretty rare resource this game for me. I've only found 2 scrolls. I already used one of them, and the other one is laying on the floor. I don't want to use it because that's how I'm gonna do slime in the future. I already have pretty much all that I need to do slime. I have Torment, I have Immolation, and I have Tin of Tremor Stones. I don't really need anything else to do slime. But I guess I need HP. With the amount of HP that I have, it would be really unsafe for me to try to do slime. So yeah, I'm gonna go do slime once I'm much higher in my experience level. Like I wanna have at least 200 HP. It's gonna be really unlikely that I get 200 HP because these guys don't really get that much HP. I think 200 HP would be 27 fighting, 27 fighting, experience level 27. So I'm not really that hopeful for 27 HP or for 200 HP. Maybe 180 is more realistic. Okie dokie. Getting hit really hard here. Okay, that greatly softens up all of these spiders and allows me to kill the Entropy Weaver, which was the thing that I was actually most scared of rather fast. So there we go. Not bad. And for the rest of these spiders, I can just throw some darts and melee them when they come within melee range. We got a Twisted Plate armor. That could potentially be pretty good. I'm always excited to check out Rendered Plate because it can be pretty good. So yeah, let's drink another heal wounds. I guess something nice about having a character with low maximum HP is that heal wounds heals you more of your percentage of maximum HP. So I guess there's that. Spark wasps, even if you have resistance to electricity, they can still be pretty dangerous. They deal a lot of base damage, even without taking into consideration the electric damage. So yeah, not something that you really want to fight in an extended fight. Okay, okie dokie. Yep, we get hit by 8. That Spark Wasp didn't really take a lot of damage from Tin of Tremor Stones. I guess it has a lot of armor class for an insect. Oh man, I'm getting destroyed by this by the Spark Wasp. Getting hit by 18 is pretty dangerous, and that's not something that I'm looking forward to dealing with. Let's try to use Acid Bolt or the Wand of Acid that I currently have. I think it missed. I'm pretty sure it missed actually. Let's see. It misses the Spark Wasp. Pretty much the only thing that I actually want to hit, and it misses. I guess I can use Ice Blast. Ice Blast should deal a lot of damage. It's gonna deal damage to me, but it shouldn't deal that much damage to me. Never mind. It actually did deal a fair amount of damage. I was expecting it not to because I have a bunch of armor class and cold resistance, but it is what it is. I should take off that Ring of Slaying and put on another ring. Am I in danger of dying? I don't think I am. I think... Oh man, like, this is a pretty uncomfy situation. It's not precisely a bad situation because I have a bunch of consumables and stuff, so I'm actually not really threatened. But it is pretty annoying because I am going to have to use a bunch of my consumables and stuff, and I'm gonna end up being weaker for the rest of the run because I'm gonna not have those resources for later on. But it is what it is, I guess. I'm pretty sure most of these are the spiders that would be in the vault, like in the room vault. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if I'm fighting the spiders from the room vault. Would Ambrosia here be a good play? Yeah, it would be once I'm done fighting these guys, of course. I'm thinking that I could drink Ambrosia right now, and I think Ambrosia would actually out heal the damage that a single one of these spiders will deal to me, since I am surrounded by a corridor and pretty much only one spider can hit me at any time. So yeah, I guess Ambrosia would end up in being a net positive in HP. But right now I think I'm good. I don't think I need it anymore. Um, okay, let's see Ice Blast. Okay. I should have used Hero and Finesse against the Spark Wasp much earlier. I didn't use it all together, and I should have. That was a big mistake. Um, okay, I still have those buffs, so I think killing the Emperor Scorpion is not gonna be that complicated. Oh, I lost Finesse. Well, I still have Hero. Yeah, there we go, dealing a lot of damage to that thing. Oh man, harm and it makes me vulnerable to magic. Yeah, that's pretty bad. It's also not very highly enchanted. Man, I've it's been a festival of bad Randart played this game. Let me tell you, I've gotten more than a few of them. Okay, with the Scarf of Resistance that I got, it's very unlikely that I will need a Ring of Fire for the rest of the game. Same goes for the scale mail. So we're just gonna drop them. Okay, I think I already have enough magic skill to cast Blink, so I'm just gonna turn that off and turn on something else like fighting. We're gonna turn on fighting. Okay. Okay, I'm getting destroyed by this Emperor Scorpion. Okay, please kill it. Please kill it. It's almost dead. It's almost dead. Please kill it. Thank you. Okay. Ghost Moth. Yeah, I was fighting right outside the spider room bolt. This is obviously the room bolt, so no wonder I was getting pummeled by spiders left and right, including some high level insects such as the spark wasp. Luckily, there was no moth of wrath among them because that would have been pretty nasty. So I've worn Faith for a very long time now, and I have not gotten anything that I would really like appreciate other than the very early Great Maze. I have not gotten like any form of mm, armor. No, actually, never mind. Disregard that because I did get the Boots of Running, and Boots of Running are an excellent item. They would like normally I wouldn't be able to outrun Emperor Scorpions since they are as fast as I am, but with Boots of Running I can outrun them, and that's pretty good. Okay. Mhm. So yeah, Boots of Running also allow me to just kite and melee these Emperor Scorpions and fight them one on one, even though it's two of them. That was pretty nice. Okay, time to go upstairs. Okawaru grants you a quick blade, just out of curiosity. It's +4. I did say that not even if it was a quick blade of electrocution, I would make the switch. And it is true, like Okawaru could give me a plus 12 quick blade of electrocution, and I don't think I would be interested, just because I'm already dealing more than enough melee damage with my Great Mace. Yeah, good old Vorpal Great Mace, it deals so much damage. Okay, we got a bunch of Ambrosia. It's gonna be pretty nice because I'm kinda running low on heal wounds, even though I at some point had more than 10 heal wounds. I'm right now at 4 or 3 heal wounds. 4 heal wounds. So yeah, having Ambrosia is gonna be pretty good in case I have to like teleport away and heal myself very fast. Ambrosia is gonna be excellent for that. Um, so that was my first rune. Nothing too complicated other than that Spark Wasp. It's funny enough that the most dangerous thing in Spider for me and this character has been a Spark Wasp. Hmm. Okay. Okay, I got hit for 27 there. I guess it was because of the Boulder Beetle. No wonder. Like, yeah, Boulder Beetles deal a lot of damage. I feel like Boulder Beetles need a slight rework. I don't know if they have been nerfed, but they should be nerfed. I feel like these shouldn't be able to move as fast as they do when they're rolling, and also being able to make sharp turns. I feel like they should work more like Orbs of Destruction, in the sense that you can sidestep an Orb of Destruction, but you cannot really sidestep a Boulder Beetle. If it's next to you, it's pretty much guaranteed to hit you. We got a triple crossbow. I'm not gonna even bother with it because it just costs so much experience that I don't really have access to. That it's not really worth picking up. Maybe if it had been an arbalest, and definitely if it had been Damnation, like Damnation is the one arbalest that no matter what you're doing, it's more often than not going to be worth it um, to try to use Damnation other than whatever you're doing at the moment. Like, that reminds me of the previous. I got a character rather recently with Damnation, but unfortunately I was with the Shining One, so I wasn't really able to make use of it. But I really, really, really considered to abandon the Shining One so that I could use Damnation. But I was also using a shield, so that was kind of the deal breaker. Since Damnation is a two-handed weapon, um, I would have also have to given up the shield. So I decided that it was not worth it to lose the Shining One and the shield to be able to use Damnation. But maybe it could have been. Okay, there's a bunch of ogres here, and I'm not in a corridor. That makes me a bit nervous. Let's see, what can you do? You don't really have anything that scares me that much. I lost 1 pip of magic resistance. Oh, I know why, because I'm wearing Slaying. I need to get rid of that. Yeah, Slaying is pretty good, but it's not that fantastic when you're wielding a Great Mace and you don't even have it at minimum delay. Let's put on the Ring of Willpower, and let's get rid of the Ring of Slaying. And I don't have the Great Mace at minimum delay because I don't really need to. I can just use Heroism for the Shining One piety, or the Shining One will help me get to minimum delay for fights where I really need to be at minimum delay. If I don't need to, I'm not gonna use it. As you can see here, I don't really need it against these trolls, so I can just melee them down. What are my current rings? Evasion and Willpower. Okay. Do I have anything better? I guess I don't. Okay, a shiny chainmail. I kind of want to check it out. Chainmail is only slightly worse than plate. So yeah, maybe it could have been like a crazy good chainmail. Okay, let's run away from that guy because I'm not wearing my body armor, and it could be pretty bad to try to fight a warden without body armor. Even though I'm a gargoyle and I have a bunch of extra armor class, it can still be pretty bad. I run faster than the Vault Warden thanks to the boots of running. They have been pretty good for me this game, so that allows me to outrun him and wear my body armor. And now I can kill him very easily. Hmm. There was a morning star that he gave me, that the shining one, or that Okawaru gave me, and that I didn't check. I wanted to check that because maybe this is pretty good. Okay, it's a morning star of Holy Wrath. Nothing really worth. I guess it's worth carrying around because it may deal a lot of damage to undead and stuff. But who knows? Okay. Bolt's one Storm Dragon, that's kind of a rare monster to see, and it um, didn't seem to be a shapeshifter. That's pretty good chainmail. I may consider using that. I wonder if it's better than what I currently have. Man, I'm carrying too much garbage. Let's see. At this point, I think we can get rid of these. We may also be able to get rid of Flame, almost certainly. Oh, I think I want to carry around Flame for shoals. Flame, shooting Flame over shallow water, or I guess deep water as well, makes clouds that break line of sight, makes steam clouds, and that may be pretty useful for shoals. It's pretty much unlimited fog for shoals, which is something very nice to have. I guess we can drop these and these, and I guess we can also drop enchant armor. I haven't used them, and I guess I can use one enchant armor actually for the boots of running. It's very unlikely that I will end up upgrading from those, and even if I do, it's likely to be just an upgrade into an artifact, so I wouldn't be able to enchant it anyway. Mm. Okay, I think I know this vault. This vault can be pretty dangerous. I think there's a bunch of very high level enemies in here. Um, yeah, this is kind of like a sneak peek of what you would see at Vault 5. Being at 78 HP next to a Titan can be kind of dangerous. And Titan is the main reason why you don't walk around flying as a gargoyle, because it has Earthstrike, and its Earthstrike can deal a lot, a lot of damage. It is especially effective against flying enemies, as it says there. So yeah, you can very easily end up dead super fast if you decide to go around flying and find the Titan. It can just destroy you. Talking about destroying the Titan kind of hits really hard. I'm thinking about just using a potion of Berserk here so that I have extra HP so I can deal with the Titan. Because running away from the Titan is certainly not an option. I would just get Earthstrike, Earthstruck, I guess Earthstruck, and I would die. I would have, like, if I really want to run away from it, I would have to use a scroll of blinking, and I only have 3 of them. Fearing it is also not an option. It has a bunch of willpower, so it's very unlikely for it to be affected by healing, or rather by fear. So yeah, we're gonna Berserk. Okay, a bunch of enemies coming my way. I might as well fight them off. Now, I don't know if I want to walk towards that guy. In fact, I know that I don't. So we're gonna teleport here. Okay, that got pretty scary. That got pretty scary right there. I'm very glad that I was able to kill a couple of those monsters with Berserk before it ran out. But yeah, I'm not looking forward to doing the rest of that. That looks pretty deadly with a Titan. And then an Edge of Line of Sight Demonologist. So pretty nasty sight to see. Yeah, that was only a couple of monsters, and it summoned. Um, ooh, now that draining drains your HP instead of draining your skills, a Shadow Dragon suddenly becomes much more threatening. Yeah, like let's see how much HP I get drained. Okay, I guess I ended up the fight with 5 less HP than I started it with. Um, oh man, I'm not hype about the damage that I'm taking here. I feel like it is a bad indicator that I'm actually taking damage during these fights. Okay. Do I have Condenser Bane? I don't. I'm also getting hit pretty hard here. Hmm. What do you have? Okay, you have Lightning Bolt. I'm not too worried about Lightning Bolt. Oh, but I'm worried about Crystal Spear. I thought it had Lightning Bolt, but I guess it doesn't. So I guess this would be a good situation for me to read Blink. I'm gonna blink at the edge of line of sight, and I'm just gonna walk away from those guys. That's pretty much a free get out of jail card, and it's the first blinking that I've used this game. But I feel like that was the best situation for me to use Blink. Like if there was a time for me to use Blink, that was the time. Um, Man, this pretty much this is a similar situation than what I was experiencing with my previous character with the Null. The Null had a relatively easy early game, and after the early game, I was getting kind of destroyed by the mid game, and then I ended up dying in Bolts. So I don't want to die in Bolts 1 again 2 games in a row. That would be pretty rough. But yes, Bolts 1 has certainly been a significant spike in difficulty for this character. Maybe it's because of that bolt that I got with the Titan and the Shadow Dragon and a Warlord and a bunch of monsters. I should probably exclude it just to be a bit safer. Okay. What do we get here? A Tower Shield. Nothing that I'm really interested in. I think at this point the character is very likely to just stick with a Great Mace for the rest of the game because I haven't seen any Evening Stars, I haven't seen any Demon Whips, I haven't seen um, any really good shields. I've seen good shields, but really good, not quite. Okay. Um, Okay. Yeah, I decided that I could melee it because I was not really at risk of dying from that slime creature. Um, one if Because of the boots of running that I have, I can take some extra risks that normally you wouldn't be able to take, like meleeing a monster that moves as fast as you and that deals a lot of damage, but cannot really kill you in its next action um, becomes a viable possibility with Boots of Running because if things go downhill, such as a monster becoming an enormous slime creature, I can just run away from it and close the door behind it. Let's go down different stairs. Yeah, slime, or rather slime, not slime, but bolts. Bolts has been kinda mean to me today. And I guess the last time I played Crawl, it was also pretty mean to me, considering how it killed me. Um, okay, I think the thing that I should prioritize is the Ogre Mage. Okay, not bad. Not bad at all. Okay, we don't have any Evening Stars. We have a Demon Blade of Electrocution, but I'm not willing to make the switch um, for a Demon Blade of Electrocution. I would make it for a Demon Trident, but not for a Demon Blade. I feel like the riposta is not as good as the reaching. The reaching is just so good. It's pretty much a free extra attack instead of a non-guaranteed free extra attack that happens when a monster misses an attack against you, which is the case for long blades. With a polearm, you just always get it pretty much. I don't want to fight that Entropy Weaver. Okay, normally a Sphinx would be dangerous, but I have too much willpower. I have 2 willpower items, so it would be kinda infuriating if I got hexed even while wearing 2 willpower items. Okay, I can still get smitten by the Sphinx, so it's not really that good of a situation. Okay, that dealt a lot of damage to the Sphinx. I think I can try finishing it off with my Wand of Acid. It's almost dead. You killed the Sphinx, perfect. And we got 21 fighting. Man, 21 fighting and I have such little HP. That's certainly not good. What do we do now? I'm thinking about just training maces to 20. That's probably the best thing to do here. I didn't want to use finesse, but sure. I guess it will help. What did we get? A shiny buckler. It's very unlikely to be anything that I really want to use. Okay, let's maybe... Ouch. Are you out of rocks? Okay, you are out of rocks, so now I can just run away. Yeah, that got pretty... that's pretty questionable right there. What can you do? You cannot do anything. Don't step into that. If it steps into the dispersal trap, I may die here. So I guess it's a good situation for me to use a scroll blinking. Like maybe it's the correct situation for me to do that. Okay, that's just to make sure that it doesn't step into the dispersal trap. Okay, the very low HP that gargoyles get is really getting to me. In Spider, I was not having issues because in fights I was like, sure I was taking damage, but I was not taking that much damage. And now I am actually taking a lot of damage, even though I have 45 or more class. So maybe it would be a good idea to just pick up a shield and use it right now. Maybe it is time to do so because, yeah, as you can see, like just a band of ugly things and I'm already at half HP and I cannot really tap them. Yep, it is time to get rid of the Great Mace, much to my dismay. Let's see, what are my options? I guess it could be a Demon Whip. I already checked and I don't have any. So the next best thing would be a Morning Star. We have a Morning Star of Venom. That's something that can do the trick, I guess. Man, the damage decrease is going to be significant. But it is what it is. It is what I have to do, pretty much. I also need a Kite Shield. Maybe a Kite Shield of protection would be good. Yeah, okay, we are going to say goodbye to the Great Mace. It was good while it lasted, but I cannot really justify using it anymore, considering the very high amount of damage that I've been taken. Considering how I don't have good one-handed weapons, maybe we can do something desperate. And there was a rendered broadaxe that I didn't check in a shop, So maybe I should do that right now. I don't know much about DCSS, only 3 rune win, but I love roguelikes and I see you streaming all the time, so I thought I would stop by and say hi. How's the run going so far? Well, I'm a gargoyle. Gargoyles get very little HP. They have 20% less HP than a human would at the same amount of training of fighting and HP. Or rather, the same amount of fighting and level. So they get less HP than humans, pretty much, but they get a lot of armor class from just being a gargoyle. As you can see there, plus 14 armor class. It is a lot of armor class. So that kind of makes them have a scary early game because you have very low HP. But then as you progress, you get much more stronger than an average human. And right now we're kind of at the mid game, and I've been having issues with taking a lot of damage in fights. Because I don't have that much HP. So if I take like 60 damage in a fight, it is suddenly a fight that I would be at risk of dying in. So yeah, it's been kind of rough. We're not quite there yet, but we are kind of getting there. Um, yeah, pretty much. They're weak early and they get much stronger in the late game. They can still die because getting less HP than a human is pretty rough because humans don't even have the largest amount of HP that would be for ogres and trolls. Those guys have a lot of HP, and they're actually some of my preferred races because of that. So yeah, the less HP that you have in Dungeon Crawl Stone Soup, the more punishing the game is. The more punished you will be for making a mistake and taking a fight that you shouldn't have taken, or not buffing up, or not using consumables in time. Yeah, it's pretty rough. I prefer having more HP. But I haven't won a gargoyle in this account, so I decided to just give it a try. Anyway, thank you for stopping by, MTF. I appreciate it. And if you wanna get more into Dungeon Crawl Stone Soup, I play a lot, and I always describe my thought process and every decision that I make in the game. So you may end up getting something for Dungeon Crawl Stone Soup if you watch the stream. So yeah, you're welcome here. I was using a two-handed weapon, a great mace, but I was taking so much damage in fights that I decided to get rid of the two-handed weapon and go into one-handed weapon plus shield, which is going to deal less damage, but hopefully the damage mitigation that I get from making the switch will be enough to not almost die every fight, which is a pretty bad place to be in. Have so much with these types of games. What class are you? I'm guessing mostly melee. Well, I started as a Gargoyle Warper, which Warper is under the Warrior Mage, like a subset of classes that you can have in Dungeon Crawl Stone Soup. It just means that you start with more intelligence and a book. And right now, as you can see, I have a bunch of books with a bunch of spells, but I haven't really learned any of them because I'm not really interested in casting spells with this guy. What I'm interested in is having good melee and having like a lot of armor class and wearing heavy armor, as that plate of extra will is. And just holding down tab and auto attacking everything, dealing a lot of damage super fast to the enemies. That's what I want to do. I like magic, but I don't like magic in all characters. Like I like melee in most characters, in fact, almost all characters, and I don't like magic in almost all characters. I only have one spell, and that would be the blink spell, because it allows me to do this. Like I was there, and by using blink, it just teleported me into a random tile that was close to me. So that is a pretty good spell because it allows you to gain ground on monsters that only have melee. So it is a pretty good escape button that you can just use for free without using any consumables. It's pretty good in my opinion. If I had a port this game, I'm not sure if a portation is still in the game. I haven't found it in a very long time, in more than 3 games already, so it may have been removed. But if I had the spell, I would also learn it because it's the same spell school, so I should already have the spell available. Anyway, I'm gonna train shields to 15 because 15 is the point where a kite shield will no longer affect your dodging and your to hit in melee and your attack delay. So yeah, training shields is kind of important if you're gonna use a big shield. And I don't really have anything else to train. I already have 21 fighting, which is a lot. It is not the maximum, but training fighting any further, like you can see there that it says cost. It's kind of a way for you to know how much it would cost you to train a certain skill. As you can see, training fighting costs me 8 times more than training shields just to get to the next level. So training fighting is not that worth it, and training shields may be really worth it. So that's why I decided to go with shields. Um, let's go do the rest of bolts. Bolts has been pretty bad for me, a lot of very dangerous fights, but hopefully after wearing the shield we should be okay. Okay, that's an enormous slime creature. That hits really hard. It can hit for 88 damage. It has a lot of HP, so it's not something that I should be fighting against. I'm just gonna go upstairs and go down different stairs. Or I could just finish up the level, because there was that bolt that I didn't finish up. And, oh, I guess I killed everything in this bolt, and I just didn't pick up the loot. Okay, I'm very glad that I checked. Nothing that I was really happy to see, except for the Box of Beasts. Box of Beasts is a really good item. The training system is pretty confusing, so that helps. When it comes to training, there's like a golden rule for this. It's very simple. First, you train the skills that you use to kill things. So for this particular character, it would be, first of all, my melee weapon. Once you're killing things good enough, you train the skills that you would use to survive, which for this character would be fighting, armor, shields, even a sprinkle of dodging. And once you're finding that you're not killing things that well, again, you can go back and train more of the skill that you use to kill things. Which, again, for this character is maces. But for other characters, it could be magic, it could be throwing, it could be maybe even invocations if you're going with a god that allows you to have a free ability that helps you kill things. Or it could be like a launcher. There's a bunch of things that you can use to kill people in this game. It's a pretty good game when it comes to killing things. So are you going to leave the later bolt levels till later? No, I'm going to do bolts until bolts 4. Bolts has 5 levels. The 5th level is, in my opinion, one of the most dangerous levels in the game. So I normally don't do the 5th level. It also has a rune, and you need 3 runes. But I'm not going to do that level unless I really need to. I'm going to do the first 4 because the first 4 are much safer and easier to do than the 5th one. And then I'm gonna go get a second rune, and then maybe there's a lot of routing in this game. As you can see, there's a bunch of floors and branches and stuff that you can choose to do. You only need to analyze your options and determine what you can do and when you can do it. For example, as you can see there's Elf, and I have not visited Elf. But Elf is pretty dangerous, and as the character is right now, I don't think I would be able to survive Elf. So I'm gonna do bolts. Hopefully bolts until the 4th level gives me enough power to make me survive Elf. And then I want to visit Elf because I want the loot. I maybe want the experience. The experience is like the least important thing. And I also want to visit the Hall of Blades, which is within Elf, to get a very good one-handed weapon, which I don't have. Like a Morningstar is kind of a mediocre one-handed weapon. It's decent, it has high base damage, but it could be so much better. And that's why I haven't enchanted it yet. That's what I did in my run of Bolts 5. But yeah, Bolts 5, I actually recently did a 15 rune character where I forgot to do Bolts 5, and I was like, why do I have 13 runes? And I was like, oh, I haven't done Bolts 5, and then I went into Bolts 5 as a character that I already did pretty much the entirety of Extended, except for the Tomb of the Ancients, which is kinda the most dangerous branch in the game, and I almost died in Bolts 5. It was pretty dangerous. Like I was like, okay, yeah, I just took 100 damage in a single turn here, which shouldn't happen. uh, yeah, Vault 5 is pretty scary. Okay, I'm dealing good damage here. It's not like, oh my god, fantastic damage, but it is pretty good damage nonetheless. And I see that I'm not taking any damage in return, or not a lot of damage in return, so that's looking pretty good for me. Okay, I like Weapons of Venom because a surprising amount of enemies in the game are not poison resistant, so the damage just stacks up. In the early game, Venom is like god tier. Like if you find a Spear of Venom in the early game, that is enough to get you to your first rune, in my opinion. Um, just because poison is that good in this game. Of course, against the things it's not good, such as this Shadow Wraith, this one is immune to poison. So no matter how much I try, I'm not gonna be able to poison it. But I guess that's why I'm using a Morning Star, because it deals good melee damage. Oh, there's something that I forgot to do. I need to, after I'm done with this fight, I'm gonna go and check that Brodax. Um, yeah, there's a Brodax that I have not identified, and maybe that's what I use for the rest of the game if I don't find any other good weapons. That has potential to be fantastic. It is an axe, it is not a mace, so I would have to train axe's skill, and that's why I didn't want to use it. I didn't check it right away. I got hit for 38 there. Um, let's see, what happened there? Okay, that was just a white, very ugly thing hitting me for a lot. As you can see, it can deal up to 54 extra cold damage if any damage is dealt. I have 1 pip of cold resistance from my Scarf of Resistance, but it was not enough to mitigate the damage that much there. Anyway, it was like the monster getting lucky. It got past everything that I had, like my armor class, my evasion, and my shield, of course, and it hit me very hard. But it doesn't really happen that often, as you can see. So yeah, as long as it doesn't happen 2 or 3 times every fight, we should be good. It can happen once, and it's no big deal. The guys who close doors in Bolts 5, yeah, those guys are one of the main reasons why I don't like to do Bolts 5. Ooh, there we go. Mana has a Demon Whip of Flaming. That's a pretty good weapon for me to use. A demon whip is one of the fastest weapons in the game, so that gives me a good reason to use that Ring of Slaying. It's not going to deal a lot of damage, but the fact that it swings so fast means that I can apply that slaying a lot. So it's pretty good. Like it's pretty good. What else can I say? So Mana has a spell that summons a copy of me to fight against me, and as you can see, those are my stats as a monster. A bunch of armor class, decent evasion, a bunch of magic resistance. In fact, I think it has more than I do. Um, and yeah, it doesn't really have a lot of spells, but yeah, Mana is the only monster in the game that can do that. It's this spell. Summons a temporary mirror image of an enemy. Such a copy has the same physical prowess as the original and can cast the same spells. Okay, I see that your message was, um, can you kill yourself? I mean, I assume that you mean, can you kill the illusion? You can fight it, but as you can see, like it's a pretty crazy monster. If I saw that as a regular monster just walking around, I would stray away from it because it's pretty deadly. Doesn't really have spells. It hits relatively hard, but it has incredible amounts of armor class that I cannot punch through. So the best thing to do here is to kill Mana instead of killing the illusion. Um, and that is what you have to do. Like you have to ignore the illusion and kill Mana, because by killing Mana the illusion goes away. But Mana has more in his bag of tricks, unfortunately. That's not the only nasty summon thing that it can do. Oh man, like it blinks, it loves to blink away from you, and that's the thing that it does. Mana weaves an illusion, Mana shimmers and seems to become 3. So now all 3 of them have the same damage. Like it's not one that was moderately wounded and the rest are at full HP. No, they're pretty much the same monster. So So now I don't know which one is the mana to kill. And that's what makes mana so dangerous. Not really that it can summon an illusion of you unless you have very high level magic. Like if I am a deep elf and I'm fighting Mara and I have Firestorm, I don't want to fight Mara, or I want to kill Mara in like 2 actions. Because if the fight goes long enough for Mara to summon a copy of me, I'm at risk of dying in like 2 actions myself. For this character, my copy is not that threatening because it hits hard, but it doesn't have it hits hard, but it doesn't have any spells or doesn't have any projectiles or anything. It only hits me for 40. It's nothing that I cannot deal with. The summons, like the shimmer copy thing that he does, um, Mara Summon is the spell. Weave Solution of the caster. Um, that's the dangerous one because now I don't know what to focus. So yeah, now it would be a battle of attrition if I decided to take the fight, but I can just read a scroll of teleport, which I am going to do. I am not interested in fighting Mara if Mara clones itself. So I want Mara's weapon. I really do want Mara's weapon, but I cannot take it right now. I would have to come back and try to fight Mara again, which I am going to do. I'm actually just going to do Bolts 3 first, just because, just to wait it out, just to wait the summons out. They will go away on their own. They're not permanent, and they do not give experience, so I just have to wait for them to go away, and I'll come back up and fight Mara in a bit. Okay, that's the guy that closes doors. Um, doesn't have that much HP or armor class or evasion, but it hits very hard and it has a decent weapon more often than not. So yeah, those guys are kind of annoying. Okay, I see that the glowing orange brain drained my intelligence a bit. It's not a big deal because I'm not using intelligence, but if it piles up, it can end up in you being brainless. In previous versions of the game, being brainless meant that you just straight up died. But nowadays, scroll doesn't have instant kills. It only does it only permanently slows you. As long as you're brainless, you're going to be slowed. I think it also confuses you or something. No, it doesn't confuse you. It does something weird. Like you have a 50% chance to fail to read a scroll and stuff. Yeah, Dungeon Crawl Stone Soup doesn't have instant kills because instant kills are kind of lame. Like, you probably have played NetHack before, right? When I started playing roguelikes, I started with NetHack, and NetHack has all the instant kills. Uh, so it's kinda funny how the design philosophy of Dungeon Crawl Stone Soup is kinda the opposite of the design philosophy of NetHack. Like in NetHack, you walk around the dungeon picking up all the scrolls and all the potions to turn them into water, or to turn them into holy water, or to do alchemy with them, or to blank the scrolls to use a scroll of magic, or to use a magic marker to make a scroll of enchant armor, to enchant your stuff. Dungeon Crawl Stone Soup strays away from that. It also strays away from the instant kills. NetHack has a ton of instant kills, and oh, you made a typo. Oh, I'm sorry, you stepped into lava and now you're dead. Dungeon Crawl Stone Soup stops you from that. It punishes you really hard for making mistakes, but it doesn't punish you for typoing. Like if I went into a pit of lava and I accidentally pressed the key to jump into the lava, the game would tell me something like, "Why would you ever want to do that?" And it doesn't let you. You can still fall into lava if you're floating over lava, which is something that a gargoyle can do, and for some reason you stop floating. Um, but it even doesn't kill you instantly when that happens. What it does is that it obviously deals a lot of damage, which can end up in you dying, but it doesn't kill you instantly, and it drains you. And this was a change that was only made yesterday. Drain now drains your maximum HP instead of killing you. You can recover it by getting rid of the draining. But yeah, now draining is much more dangerous. It used to be that it drained your skills also temporarily, but that was not that big of a deal. And now it's actually something that's pretty threatening. That's a nice buff to draining because Normally, you get drained and it's not that big of a deal, and now it is kind of a big deal to get drained. So yeah, pretty cute. I've played just about every roguelike. I have not played that much roguelikes myself. Like I've played a fair amount of them, but I wouldn't say that I've played every roguelike. I played a bit of Broke. I never won Broke. I've played a bit of Doom RL. I did win Doom RL. I've played. Oof, that's rough. That's actually pretty rough. I'm gonna teleport. Yeah. I've played a bit of Dumarel. I've played a bit of Jupiter Hell. I have not won Jupiter Hell yet. I've played a bit of. I've played a bit of Seal Q. I've also never come close to winning in Seal Q. I've played a bunch of NetHack. I won NetHack like 25 times or something along those lines. And by far the most the one I've played the most has been Dungeon Crawl Stone Soup. Like I've played Dungeon Crawl Stone Soup for over 2,000 hours. I feel like I have over 100 wins between this account and my main account. I have won at least one of every race, every god, every background. I've done a bunch of things in Dungeon Crawl Stone Soup, but the game is still pretty challenging and pretty replayable, and it's not something that you can really say about a lot of games nowadays. So yeah, I love Dungeon Crawl Stone Soup. It's a pretty good game, even if I sometimes disagree with the direction the game is taking. Okay, there's Mara. Let me fight these things before actually fighting Mara, because I don't want to have any people trying to fight Mara. Can you? Okay. So the game is pretty friendly. On the other hand, in NetHack, eventually become invincible post castle. Yeah, Dungeon Crawl Stone Soup, actually the hardest part of Dungeon Crawl Stone Soup is the early game, because in the early game you don't have consumables, you don't have a lot of HP, you don't have a lot of training, you may not even have a god. So the early game doesn't really have a lot of wiggle room for you to make mistakes. Later on, things hit you very hard and stuff, but you have more resources to play around that. So, oh no, I got hit for 80% of my maximum HP. What do I do now? In the early game, you don't have a scroll blinking to get away from that situation. In the late game, you may have scrolls of blinking if you didn't throw them all away doing like dangerous things in the early game or in the mid game. So you can use a scroll blinking. That is pretty nice about Dungeon Crawl Stone Soup. So this time I'm gonna fight Mara. Mara did pretty much the same thing again, but now I am using my buffs from Okawaru. I used Heroism and Finesse. So Heroism gives me more skill in everything that is melee related or like non-magical related. Like as you can see, I have more fighting, more maces, more of everything pretty much. And Finesse makes me swing 2 times as fast as I normally would. So now I swing very fast, and I guess I can put on a Ring of Slaying to take advantage of the fact that I'm swinging really fast, and I'm gonna be hitting relatively hard. So I should be able to get rid of all these manas. It's best when you kill the one that's the true mana first, because if you kill one of the summons, nothing happens. Hopefully, oh, I did kill the real mana first. That was just straight up luck. And we got a very nice weapon as a reward. The Demon Whip of Flaming is fantastic. It is it is pretty good. It's in fact, I'm just gonna throw away the Morningstar of Venom and let's wield the Demon Whip. And now that is worth enchanting. Let's see, enchant weapon. I don't have a lot of scrolls of enchant weapon this game. It's kind of unfortunate, but it is what it is. Let's drop this and let's read the scroll of enchant weapon, and we're going to. Okay, so considering how I don't have a lot of scrolls of enchant weapon, I may want to save them in case I find an evening star, but I can use them right now and get stronger immediately. You have NetHack, Adam, Kochmine, Infrarcana wins on your Twitch channel. Yeah, Brogan Dumarel as well. I have never won Broke, but I've won Dumarel. Dumarel was really good. The only thing that I didn't really like about Dumarel was the fact that you don't rest to heal to full HP. So healing is kind of tricky, and Dumeril has this thing where sometimes it's very hard to prevent taking to like avoid taking damage because it's just like a die roll. Sometimes you take damage and sometimes monsters miss and stuff. So co- combine that with the fact that healing is not very reliable in this game or in that game, it just makes it like sometimes you cannot really win. Or at least that's how it felt to me. Maybe I was just bad at the game. In fact, probably I was just bad at the game. But that's how I felt. That's how it felt to me. Anyway, back to Dungeon Crawl Stone Soup. I can use these scrolls of enchant weapon to enchant my demon whip, but there's one weapon that I would take over a demon whip, and that would be an Evening Star. Evening Stars deal more damage in melee. They swing a lot slower, but they deal more damage, which allows them to get past enemy armor class easier or more easily. Which may be relevant in the future for some endgame enemies that we have not seen yet and we will not see until the endgame, because those enemies are pretty rare and only spawn in the final area of the game. So yeah, it's a decision of get stronger now and get punished later, or be weaker now and be stronger for the end game. At least in this particular character. Let's see, because there was the Brodax that I never checked, and I kind of want to check it. Oh, not that, not that. Yeah, there we go. Let's re-identify. Oh my god, that is pretty good. That is actually a pretty fantastic weapon. It's very highly enchanted. It has a good brand. It even can be evoked to blink. The -5 dexterity doesn't really matter because I'm not really dodging anything anyway. So yeah, it's a pretty good weapon. I'm gonna drop this because I think I'm not gonna use it. So yeah, that should be my main weapon, I think. We can train 20? It what? What? 20? That's new. That wow. I've always said that Broad Axes needed a buff, and they got nerfed instead. Okay. It used to be that these reach minimum delay. Um, they reach minimum delay at skill level 18, but they got nerfed and now they reach minimum delay at skill level 20. I don't know if I agree with that personally. I guess it's still pretty good, but training 20 axes with -1 aptitude would take me a very long time. So even though it is a very good weapon, I don't know for sure if I want to use it. I guess I can train it to 15, so I can use heroism to get to 20 without having to spend that much experience. But for now, I think we can roll with the Demon Whip. So let's go do the rest of bolts. Okay. So yeah, using the Demon Whip with Slaying is just gonna deal a lot of damage, even if it's not very highly enchanted. Ooh, I got paralyzed. Let's check what the success rate for that was. 9%. Huh. Ah, yeah, I guess it makes sense because I did take off the Ring of Willpower towards Slaying. Yeah, I guess it was a calculated risk. But I guess I could also take off the Ring of Evasion and just put on the Ring of Willpower to avoid that from ever happening again, or to prevent that from happening again. Donald can have a very good shield. I'm kind of excited to check what Donald has. Donald is an adventurer just like me, and he hates everything. Yeah, it's kind of funny. An adventurer just like you trying to find the earth. Unlike you, and despite his hatred of it, he takes to water like a fowl, which means that he swims for some reason. I have no idea why he swims, but he has might and he has haste, which means that he hits really hard and you cannot really outrun him. But I have hero and I have finesse, so I can do pretty much something similar to Donald. In fact, in very ancient versions of the game, those were the abilities that Okawaro gave you, Might and Haste, but now he doesn't give you that. He gives you Hero and Finesse. Finesse is better as a combat skill, and Hero is not really comparable to Might. They're pretty much entirely different, but yeah. I was able to kill Donald very easily. Let's see what his shield was. It was only a +0 Kite Shield, I think. Nothing to really consider. Donald, I feel like Donald could sometimes spawn more early. It can be a dangerous fight because he can outrun you very easily if he hastes. If he doesn't haste, he moves as fast as you, but he can haste, and then you need to use a scroll of teleport to get away from him. But this late in the game, I'm already too strong to deal with Donald. Let's see, what happened there? Granted me a weapon? What weapon was it? Oh, it's a mace. A mace is not that good. Like, you can win the game using a starting weapon, but it's probably not ideal because there's so many better weapons laying around in the floor. So yeah. Okay. Etins hit very, very hard. I'm very glad that I didn't get hit by that Etin. Yeah, it can hit for up to 45 plus weapon and 45 plus weapon. So it can wield two different weapons. Pretty much only monsters can wield two different weapons. Yeah, you as a player cannot wield two different weapons. There's a weapon that's like a pair of quick blades, but it literally says it's like a guaranteed a weapon that only generates like that. It's a pair of quick blades, and you can use one of each in your hands. But that's like a specific weapon. It's not like you can pick two random quick blades and just dual wield them. It's kind of a thing about Dungeon Crawl Stone Soup. I don't know why they don't want to implement dual wielding, but I am pretty sure that someone in the development team has talked about that before. Ouch. Okay. No, that's not a big deal. So I'm currently marked, so that means that every monster that is awake in the level knows my position. And since monsters are always hostile towards you, that means that every monster that is awake is coming this way, which is kind of annoying. It's not really that bad on most levels. In Bolts 5 is a pretty bad thing to experience, but this is Bolts 4, so we are fine. And if worst comes to worst, if things get really bad, I can always teleport. In fact, I would consider teleporting if I drop below 80 HP. I'm currently at 97, so there's a bit of wiggle room there. It's very important to know when you can take a fight and when it's a good idea to just not even attempt to take the fight. Because that saves you situations where you're at 3 HP and you're hoping that the teleport triggers next turn before one of the monsters kills you. Those situations really eat into your real life lifespan. Like you're feeling like the heart attack is coming close. And I don't really like to be in that kind of situation in Dungeon Crawl Stone Soup, so I prefer to just teleport when I may have won the fight than not to be able to teleport and just die because I was a bit too conservative with my resources. Okay, we killed the War Gargoyle. By the way, that monster killed me the previous game. I was a null, I had like 20 armor class. So War Gargoyles have an ability that checks your armor class 3 times to reduce damage. And since my previous character didn't really have that much armor class, it only had like 20, as opposed to this character that has almost 50 armor class. My previous character was getting hit for like 60 damage, because that ability deals a lot of damage. Obviously, it deals a lot of damage, but it checks your armor class a lot of times. So normally the damage gets reduced a lot. But that character didn't really have a lot of armor class, so he was taking a lot of damage, and it was pretty awful. I was at full HP, and I was explored into taking like 50% of my HP in a single action, and I didn't have a scroll blinking, so I wasn't able to run away from it, and I just ended up dying from that. It was pretty bad. But yeah, that was the previous character, and this character is much better equipped to deal with war gargoyles, so that's pretty good. Let's see, what do we train now? I could train more armor. I could trade more armor. I could train axes to 15 just to have minimum delay on the broad axe if it's really necessary. Let's see here. 15. Yep. That's what we are going to do. Once we have minimum delay on the broad axe, I could use it, and it would be pretty decent, I think. Okay, that was it for bolts. I think the next thing to do with this character is going to be the Elven Halls. Maybe in the Elven Halls I find my Evening Star. Okay, I'm getting destroyed here. That was 28 damage from a single spell. Nothing to really worry about because I don't think it will happen again. Oof, I'm getting harassed by monsters here, including a bunch of boggarts that I would like to prioritize because they can summon shadow creatures, which means that it summons a bunch of enemies that fit the level the boggart is in. So in this level it would be elves, and there's some very nasty elves that I don't want to have him summon, so I just decided to prioritize the guy, a sorcerer. So this would be an example of why elf is so dangerous. This is a pretty high power elf. It's certainly a glass cannon. As you can see there, armor class none, so it takes a bunch of damage from everything. But it also deals a lot of damage in the form of corrosive bolt, which is very hard to resist. You need resist corrosion, and pretty much nothing gives resist corrosion other than a ring. And acid dragon scales. Well, acid dragon scales are kind of bad. It also has a 14% chance to banish me, which is really bad. Banishes a creature into the abyss. It's as bad as it sounds. And it also has Hurl Damnation, which can banish you into the character select screen, so you can make another character. That thing cannot be resisted in any way whatsoever. Cannot be dodged, cannot be reduced with armor class. It just deals 3 dice of 20 if it hits you. The only saving grace against the form of damnation that deep elf sorcerers use is that it checks line of fire. If you don't have line of fire, if it doesn't have line of fire against you, it's not gonna use it because it would not hit you. But yeah, this can be a pretty complicated situation. I need to prioritize the sorcerer here. It needs to die like right now. I'm gonna use a Wand of Acid to try to hit the sorcerer. Would you kill the sorcerer? That's very good. I also get a level up. Very nice. So I guess I have a Wand of Digging now. Wands of Digging are super rare nowadays. I guess I can use a charge here so I can make myself a nice little corridor so I can fight these things one-on-one. If I had more... sorry for that. If I had more digging, I could use another charge to dig a corridor here, so that would give me the ability to fight monsters one-on-one, like truly one-on-one. This looks kind of like one-on-one, but it's not quite, because if any of these monsters had anything that was smite targeted, that means that it doesn't check line of fire. It would be able to fight me as well as the monster that I'm currently meleeing, which would be kind of bad. So yeah, it is not the case, but it could be the case. There's a couple of monsters like that in the game. There's like Deep Elf High Priests. There's Deep Elf Demonologists that could summon greater demons that can do that to me. Like it can summon a Hellion, and a Hellion is really bad. Um, I don't like not dealing a lot of damage. That's kind of why I don't like Demon Whips that much. They have base damage of 11. They're pretty decent, but they don't deal that much damage compared to other weapons with higher base damage. The base damage is kind of important in this game because your skill and your strength and stuff multiplies the base damage, and that's why you can sometimes get hits that deal more than 100 damage to a monster, even though your weapon doesn't really have that much base damage. So 11 is kind of on the low side, but considering that it's very fast weapon, it's pretty good. Normally, fast weapons don't really get that much base damage, so that's why Demon Whips are really good against monsters that don't have a lot of armor class. You just melt monsters that don't have a lot of armor class. I guess it's also pretty good against monsters that that have high evasion, because since you're attacking so much, you're checking their evasion every time, as opposed as a weapon that deals a lot of damage but doesn't swing that fast. So if you miss, you spend more time missing. It's kind of complicated to decide which one is better. I guess they're better against certain monsters. And since an Evening Star and a Demon Whip are in the same weapon class, I can just pick up an Evening Star and just switch to it if I determine it's useful or if it would be better. But more often than not, it's just best to stick with a weapon. Very rarely I will switch between two weapons of the same weapon kind. Unless like one of them has vampirism. If one of them is vampiric, it's definitely a good weapon to carry around as a switch. Okay. So barring that entrance party in Elf, the rest of it has been relatively easy, I would say. Yeah, nothing that really threatens me, but we have only seen the low-level elves. We have not seen annihilators or high priests or demonologists. The only high-level elf that we've seen was a Deep Elf Sorcerer. Deep Elf Sorcerers are not really that bad if you can kill them very fast. If you leave them alone, they can get nasty. Okay, we got Chainmail. Maybe I could pick it up just to see what it is, but I'm not going to. I feel like what I have currently is good enough. Well, maybe I will. Like, there's no need not to do it. Let's drop the boomerangs. I don't think I will ever use boomerangs. Okay, poison resistance. We already have that. In fact, we have something better. As a gargoyle, we are immune to poison just by default. So yeah, there's no need to to wear further poison resistance. After that, it will not do anything. And willpower is a pretty good property to have around. There's a lot of things that check for my willpower, so I don't want to fail a willpower roll against like a demonologist trying to banish me or something. Okay. Okie dokie. Yeah, demon whips take forever to kill monsters, but they're pretty good. Okay. Doomarel is so hard. Yeah, Doomarel can be a complicated game. When I won Doomarel, I won it with a shotgun build. And I also won the challenge run that only allows you to use shotguns. I think that run also allows you to use missile launchers, but I'm not sure. So it was not really that much of a challenge run. I never really got to do any of the real hard stuff in Doomarel, like Angel of 100 or something. Yeah, I don't really like that in Doomarel you need to unlock things. I feel like everything should just be available to you at the start, but it's not that big of a deal. It just means that that if you stick for long enough with the game, you get to experience all those other things. So what I'm currently in is called the Hollow Blades. This bolt has a lot of dancing weapons that can potentially be pretty dangerous, and a bunch of elves, and potentially a Nelf Blade Master. Makes sense because it is the Hollow Blades. But it also has weapons with rare brands. Like as you can see there, there's an anti-magic halberd. Those are kind of rare. What we're looking for here would be an evening star, which is what we got. That is what I wanted. I feel like maybe we enchant that evening star and we throw away the axe. Yeah, that's exactly what I wanted. In fact, after getting that, I don't think I'm interested in the rest of anything that can be in the Hull Blades. So we're just gonna close the door and we're gonna forget about the Hull Blades. Okay. Okay, that's Baisu Shen. Pretty dangerous, unique, has a bunch of HP, hits relatively hard, and at 50% HP, she can transform into a Storm Dragon that has thunderclouds surrounding her. Thunderclouds can deal incredible amounts of damage to you as a player. If you don't have resistance to electricity, if you have it, they still deal high amounts of damage, but it's not that consistent. Thunderclouds don't deal damage every turn. They sometimes deal a lot of damage. They're kind of weird like that, and that's the reason why I don't like to get Thunderclouds myself. It is poison resistant, so there's no curing her. And okay, let's use Box of Beasts. Okay, summon the Hydra doesn't really matter to me. I can just ignore the Hydra. Okay, Baisu Shen roars in fury and transforms into a fierce dragon. Okay, I'm kind of destroying Baisu Shen. There we go. She didn't drop scales. I like when Baisu Shen drops the scales. In fact, one of my previous characters won with Baisu Shen's scales. Yeah, that was the very rare character where Baisu Shen does drop scales, and I actually want to use them. So yeah, it was pretty nice. Okay, Deep of Sorcerer didn't die. I feel like this is a good situation for me to use Ice Blast. I would be dealing damage to myself. It's not a big deal. Okay, there's these are some high tier elves that we are fighting against right now. Master Archers are pretty dangerous, Blade Masters are pretty dangerous, Demonologists are pretty dangerous, High Priests are pretty dangerous, and Annihilators are pretty dangerous. And fighting a band of high level elves can very easily end in death, unless you're prepared to deal with them, which this character is kind of prepared to deal with them, but not quite. Like, there's an item that would kind of trivialize this, and that would be Condenser Bane, but I don't have Condenser Bane, unfortunately. It is an item that places a 3x3 tile of clouds surrounding every monster in my line of sight, so it is incredibly strong. Unfortunately, I do not have access to the item just yet. Okay, 0.3 swings or 0.2 sometimes swings with the demon whip is pretty good. It means that I'm hitting like approximately 4 times for every action that a monster takes. I typoed into a very unfavorable position. As you can see there, the High Priest, which is all the way over there, is shooting Damnation at me. That's not something that we want to fight against. I'm gonna use my last scroll blinking to get away from that one. Yeah, we can fight these guys, but we need to lure them into a more favorable position, such as this one. Let's see, do I have javelins? I guess I don't. I need to kill the elementalist before it destroys my cozy little corridor, because that's what allows me to kill all those elves. What do we do here? I guess Wand of Acid, but it doesn't reach, doesn't have enough range. Um, Most of these elves see invisible. In fact, I think all of them do. I guess knights don't. Hmm. Okay, but yeah, the high level elves do see invisible for sure. So this is kind of a complicated situation. I need to kill the elementalist, and I cannot really afford to make mistakes because I already used my last scroll of blinking. So I would like to maybe retreat and take the fight later when I'm at full HP. I did use Hero and Finesse, but it's not that big of a deal. They don't cost that much piety, and I'm just gaining piety. Okawara really likes it when I kill hard to kill enemies, and I've been killing hard to kill enemies left and right in this game. So I'm gonna use a Wand of Digging here, so we can dig for the stairs. And let's just bring this guy with me. Okay, maybe I can. No, maybe that's a really bad idea. Yeah, I was thinking maybe I can go back and fight the monsters with my buffs, but that was a really, really, really bad idea. Yeah, we don't want to fight against something that can throw damnation at me. Okay, in fact, I want to bring the sorcerer upstairs, and there we go. Sorcerers can be pretty scary. What was that? 52 damage from. Was that two bolts of acid in the same turn? Oh no, it was throw icicle and bolt of acid. Okay, that explains it. Yeah, high level elves are pretty bad. They can totally do some bad things to you. We're not gonna go down those stairs anymore, I feel like. Hmm. So now that I have my evening star, I'm thinking that maybe we enchant the evening star just to um yeah, just to have it deal more damage when it does pierce enemy armor. Base damage 15, and as you can see, an Evening Star is the opposite of a Morning Star. It makes a lot of sense, I guess. Um, that is the highest base damage that a single-handed weapon can have in this game. There's two-handed weapons that deal more damage than that. Obviously, there's a bunch of them, but as far as single-handed weapons go, this one is the one that you want to go for if you want to deal a lot of damage in a single action, and I kind of do want to deal a lot of damage in a single action. So I'm gonna go ahead and enchant it. Um, okay, let's see. Let's go and pick up all those scrolls of enchant weapon. I only need 6 to get it to +9. In fact, I think I should buy everything here except for the scrolls of amnesia. There should be a key to select everything. Oh, there is a key to select everything. That's nice. Yeah, I mean, I have a lot of money and I don't have really a lot of things that I want to spend it on. Yeah, that manual of dodging was a pretty good buy, I think. We can get rid of the demon whip, to be completely honest. We can also maybe get rid of the broadaxe. The nerf to broadaxes was pretty rough. I was like, I felt that as they were before, they were kind of underpowered, and I'm surprised that they decided to double down on on the fact that broad axes were overpowered and they were nerfed instead of being buffed. It's crazy to me, but it doesn't really matter. I very rarely use axes anyway, and when I use axes, I like to go for the battle axe because battle axes deal more damage. Um, but yeah, in this situation, I think I prefer to use my Evening Star. I already have it at minimum delay. In fact, I think we can just not train axes anymore. Um, let's train dodging. There's a manual dodging here. Let's just train dodging and finish using the manual. I don't think I want to go back to Elf 3. I will go back if I need to, but my resistances are looking pretty good. So yeah, it's not something that I'm expecting that I need to do Elf for loot. Um, What I do need, however, is a scroll of Emulation so I can do slime pits. I need to get my second rune before doing slime pits. My second rune is Shoals, unfortunately. Shoals is a pretty nasty branch. It's pretty much only open spaces and like very not that dangerous monsters, but there's like dream sheep that can put you to sleep. I guess they cannot put gargoyles to sleep, but merfolk aquamancers, a bunch of ranged monsters that can fire at you from afar while you stumble through the shallow water to try to reach them and then fumble through the shallow water trying to actually land a hit on them. Um, yeah, gargoyles don't really have some of those issues because they can fly, so they cannot fumble in shallow water. But being flying is also pretty dangerous in shoals because you can see there's monsters with airstrike. I'm pretty sure there's at least one monster with airstrike here, and that is not a monster that we want to be fighting against if we are flying. Um, but for the rest of the branch, it's kind of safe to just go around flying. Um, okay. So these guys have water strike. I don't know if water strikes it can affect targets standing in or flying above water. Yeah, that's what I was expecting. That flying wouldn't really do anything against water strike, which is really annoying. I wish that it mitigated damage at least a bit. Water strike is a pretty dangerous effect. It just deals a bunch of damage. Doesn't really check evasion. It's kind of like Earth Strike in that regard, that it will hit you um, if you if a monster decides that it's a good idea to do it against you. Um, okay. So this Evening Star is dealing an absolute ton of damage, which is very nice. Okay. There's Polyphemus. Polyphemus hits very hard and can throw enemies. And it also has large rocks, so I don't think I want to take that fight like that. The Catoblepas shooting petrifying clouds or clouds of calcifying dust, it's not a big deal. I am a gargoyle, so I am immune to them. Um, okay, Polyphemus is moving more slowly. That's a beautiful line of text. So I'm gonna try to kill Polyphemus first here. Take advantage of the fact that that a Catoblepas generated with him, and yeah, that was a nice little kill that I got there on Polyphemus. Pretty good because Polyphemus can be pretty dangerous. The fact that it can throw enemies at you is pretty bad. It's not something unique to Polyphemus, but very rarely you will see monsters that can do that. So yeah, it's just a nice little thing. Also, iron giants can also throw enemies at you. Also Robin, but Robin I think only throws goblins. Okay. Okay, a bunch of fire crabs and fire bats. And I got mesmerized by a merfolk avatar. I wanna kill that firecraft before the merfolk avatar pulls me towards it. You cannot move away from the merfolk avatar. I guess I was pressing Tab, and Tab wanted to fight the merfolks first. Mm. Okie dokie. Okay, I guess I am too high level now. I have 155 HP, and I hit very hard, and I have a lot of armor class, so normally shows would be much more dangerous. I'm also flying, so there's that. As long as I don't see like a Titan or a Winddrake. Windrakes are one of the monsters that has Airstrike. So it's not a good idea to be flying against these enemies because you take like double damage if you're flying and something hits you with Airstrike. Okay, let's resume flying, and we are going to get the second rune. A dazzling buckler. I'm gonna have to check that out Krakens deal a lot of damage and they have a lot of HP, but they don't really evade at all, so you're almost guaranteed to be able to hit them every time you try to melee them. Um, I like killing Krakens because they give a lot of experience. That was a bad buckler. It's only a buckler of cold resistance. If I really cared about cold resistance, there's like a couple of kite shields of cold resistance laying on the dungeon that I can use right now. So nothing that I'm really interested in using. Um, let's see. Ooh, there's a kite, the glowing kite shield on shows too. Let's check it out. It's a kite shield of reflection. Reflection is a good brand, but I don't know if I value it over. Nah, I think it's better than the kite shield of protection. I already have 47 armor class. That's a lot. Like many characters do not ever get to this amount of armor class, and this is just a character with regular loot. It doesn't even have enchanted plate or anything. Glowing hand axe. I don't really care about that. Kidoki. This would be a nice moment, or a nice situation for me to use my broad axe because broad axes have cleaving. They hit everything surrounding you. Um, so yeah, that's a nice effect that allows you to kill things faster with axes. But ideally, you want to fight things one on one. I feel like that's the safe thing to do almost always. However, sometimes it may not be possible, and those are the times where an axe's cleaving ability shines. Okay, we found glowing plate. We also found a rendered rope that I'm not really interested in checking out. I think we can drop this. Okay, another poison resistant plate. Nothing that I can use as a gargoyle. Well, I guess I can use it, but it doesn't really do anything for me. Okay, we got to shows 4. This is looking like it's the room bolt. No, it's probably not. It's probably not. Am I flying? Okay, I want to be flying because I don't want to be. I don't want to be fumbling attacks. I also don't want to be hit by these alligator snapping turtles. They hit really hard. Um, yeah, I'm kind of low on HP. Hmm. So I'm thinking of blinking here. I think there's a non-zero chance that it places me like away from these guys and I can just run away from them. Oh, it didn't. Okay. That's bad. Okay. I have so much armor class that I could just drink a potion of heal wounds and I was pretty sure that it was going to do the trick for me. So yeah, that's pretty nice. We're gonna train this to 26.9 because I don't want a title for 27 fighting. I also don't want a title for 26.9 fighting. It's pretty lame. So yeah, that's pretty bad. These guys appeared in the middle, like while I was fighting, so pretty unfortunate. And they're fast. It says here that they swim quickly. I wonder if that means they swim as fast as a regular character moves. Um, like, can I outrun them? Okay, I don't think I can outrun them when they are swimming. Okay, I was able to run away from them. That's good because that would have been a stupid way to die. Okie dokie. Okay, there we go. That's a bunch of elves, or rather a bunch of merfolk, so I'm pretty sure the rune is in there. Yeah, normally, like, whenever you see a bolt with a bunch of very high level merfolk, like Aquamancer and Javelineers and stuff like that, that's the bolt that has the rune. This one also had a Kraken, so chances are good the rune is indeed in here. And it is the case. And there's also a Demon Trident of Freezing. I already got my endgame weapon in the form of the Evening Star, but if I had found that Demon Trident earlier, I would have made the switch because I really like polearms, as I mentioned earlier. Polearms are fantastic. Well, I already got what I needed from here, so um, let's just get out of here and maybe go do slime. Slime can be complicated for this character because it doesn't have a lot of HP. Okay, I think we are gonna use that for slime. We are gonna put on the Ring of Willpower instead of the Ring of Slaying, at least for now. And we're gonna go back into bolts to pick up that armor that I was not carrying around. Okay. Let me drop the boomerangs. I'm not sure that I want to ever use boomerangs. What I want to use at some point is that amulet of Guardian Spirit. I feel like it's very important for me to use it because it increases my HP by 32 pretty much, which is a pretty nice effect. I think it's time for me to sacrifice the faith that I am going to lose for taking off the amulet of fate just to make the switch for Guardian Spirit. Okay, I only lost 1 pip of piety, which means that I don't really lose my godly abilities. I didn't lose any of them, so that's pretty nice. Okay, we can drop the Amulet of Fate. So yeah, there we go. Let's go into the slime pits. I have pretty much the same amount of armor class, but now I have resistance to corrosion and a bit less willpower, which can be dangerous if I find shining eyes. But I think we should be okay. Let me also stop flying. Yeah, flying is only for shoals. Okay, so the golden rule of slime is that you don't explore the entirety of slime. You explore as little as you need to be able to go downstairs. If you explore more than the bare minimum, you run into the very real risk of running into one of the most dangerous uniques in the game in the form of Dissolution. Dissolution can summon eyeballs and hits like a truck. It's one of the most damaging monsters in melee because it hits very hard and it also has like acid damage, so it can very easily paralyze you, melt your armor class, and kill you from full HP. Like it can happen. So it's very important not to explore the entirety of slime, so you don't run into dissolution. But leaving that aside, like slime is rather tame. There's a bunch of monsters that are faster than you and hit really hard, but as long as you can hit them really hard before they deal a lot of damage to you, you're fine. Like for example, acid blobs can spit acid, that really hurts, and it corrodes you, which is really bad. But as you can see, they only have 100 HP, they don't really have that much armor class, and they don't have any evasion, pretty much. They're very unlikely to be able to dodge your attacks, at least at this point in the game. If you see one of these early on, you're probably dead. But yeah, easy kill for this character, especially because I have resistance to corrosion, so it's pretty nice. We have 2 stairs here, so if one of the stairs has like really nasty enemies, I could have just taken the other one, but it was not the case. In fact, this was a very easy and fast slime. That's the kind of slime that I like. And this is the final level of slime. This is where the royal jelly is, and I don't want to fight against 20 million slimes at the same time. So let's go upstairs. Okay, that was okay. That was potentially dangerous, but nothing really bad happened there. Okay, so being surrounded by monsters can be bad. It's not that terrible for this character, because this character has 47 armor class, which means that a bunch of monsters are testing against your 47 armor class instead of one incredibly powerful monster is checking out against your 47 armor class. I would prefer to be surrounded by 8 regular slime creatures than to be fighting a 1 titanic slime creature. because I know that the one Titanic Slime creature can potentially hit me incredibly hard in a single action, and um, and the regular slime creatures don't really have that option. Okay, 2 acid blobs is really bad, and 16 corrosion is also pretty bad. It pretty much means that I can no longer melee anything. Being able to run because of the roots of the roots of running is excellent in slime. Like that was a very bad situation because I was super corroded. I should have used a scroll of fog before actually getting corroded at all, so that I could fight these guys. Um, but once I got corroded, it was too late for that. Okay, there's a flowing eye and a shining eye. Both of them are pretty bad, and as you can see here, I got some bad mutations from the Shining Eye. Berserkitis is bad. Blurry Vision is really bad, and minus 10 magic is irrelevant. Um, as soon as I'm done with slime, I'm gonna drink a potion of mutation to get rid of those. I have 4 potions of mutation, so I need to be kind of conservative with them. There may need, there may be mutations that I need to remove, so I don't want to use them until I'm done with slime. I may find more shining eyes. The only mutation that I really focus on removing immediately would be pretty much teleportitis. Teleportitis is really bad. It's probably the worst mutation in the game because it doesn't really allow you to rest safely. Like if you end up a fight at like 50% of your maximum HP and then you immediately get teleported into another fight, you're probably going to die unless you like use consumables to avoid that. So yeah, teleportitis is a really bad mutation. Um, Kidoki. So that was it for most of the slimes. Now there's only the royal jelly left. And the royal jelly is a pretty dangerous fight unless you know exactly how to deal with it, which I do. So first of all, we read the Scroll of Torment. It deals a bit of damage to me. It's not that big of a deal. We blink away, we read the Scroll of Immolation. I only have one of them. And we use Tin of Tremor Stones. And the combination of effects means that Torment deals 50% of the maximum HP of everything, except for gargoyles, players in statue form, and monsters that are straight up immune to it. So yeah, that helps the HP of the Royal Jelly. The Royal Jelly summons a bunch of jellies because whenever it gets harmed, it summons jellies. And after that, we read Immolation to immolate all of the jellies. That affects them with Inner Flame. It's guaranteed. It doesn't check magic resistance. It just happens, which makes them explode and set clouds of fire whenever they explode when they die, and they set clouds of fire under them when they receive damage. So the explosions also set clouds of fire. So the combination of those two effects make it very easy to kill the real jelly, and then after that you just need to give it a final push. And my final push was in the form of Tin of Tremor Stones. I like to use Tin of Tremor Stones because it deals a big explosion that deals damage to a lot of jellies, as you can see here. And that pretty much killed the royal jelly. And the royal jelly is not a weak monster. It's not like a 50 HP monster. Yeah, 231 maximum HP. It's somewhere around that. Doesn't have a lot of armor class or a lot of evasion. Has a lot of magic resistance, so it's very hard to polymorph or affect with any hex whatsoever. And it hits really hard. It hits for 30 and then it hits for 50, and both of those attacks deal acid damage. So yeah, if you don't do that, the royal jelly can be a pretty nasty fight. Um, but by doing that, the fight gets almost trivialized. Not quite, because things can still go wrong, and you still need to deal with the rest of the jellies after killing the royal jelly. But as you can see, most of them are like severely wounded or almost dead. So I can just finish up the job by using my Wand of Ice Blast. Okay, kills a bunch of jellies, not all of them, and the rest of the ones that are remaining are actually azure jellies that are almost immune to cold, uh, resistant to electricity, poison, and cold. But they're weak to fire, so the clouds just get rid of them very easily. Okay, I don't want to step towards these acid blobs, and they were too far away for me to be able to shoot them with Ice Blast. Okay, that got a bit scary because I was getting very corroded. So the danger in corrosion is twofold. Not only does it decrease the amount of damage that you deal, but it also increases the amount of damage that you take because it reduces your armor class. So it's a pretty bad debuff um, to be frequently affected by. It's actually pretty dangerous. Okay, so this is where you get the third rune, and this is my preferred third rune. Certainly over bolts, because bolts 5 is just a death trap waiting to happen. Ooh, we also got condenser vein. That's pretty good. Let me drop something here. I think it's time to drop flame. I was carrying it around mm, for slime, but now or for shoals, I mean, and I already did shoals. Okay, let's see what else can we drop. I have a lot of consumables. Okay, I guess we can also drop the chainmail of resistance to corrosion. Okay, a broadaxe, I'm not interested. Um, Let me wear the plate of willpower. Let's drop the chainmail. And we are ready to go into depths 1. Um, I am not going to I am probably not going to enter Bolts 5 altogether in this game because I already got 3 runes, so the next thing to do is to just win the game. Okay, I am dealing a lot of damage now. Okay, would you look at that? That's pretty good. The Enchantress has Fairy Dragon Scales, which are random. It's a random artifact. It always has the same name and the same appearance, but um, the properties that it can have are different every time you find it. And this particular set of Fairy Dragon Scales is really good. Not only is it very highly enchanted, it also has cold resistance, resistance to corrosion, 10 mana, which translates to 10 HP because I'm wearing Guardian Spirit, see invisible, and clarity. And the minus stealth doesn't do anything. So yeah, that's potentially an upgrade. Going to think about wearing that. Let me retreat a bit because I don't want to fight. I don't want to fight all these monsters in there. I used Condenser Bane. We got Thunderclouds. I don't like Thunderclouds. They potentially can deal a lot of damage, but it's not a guaranteed thing. Sometimes they don't deal any damage. And as you can see, like if it had been pretty much any other cloud, the Enchantress would have been taking a lot more damage by now. I need to rely on RNG to kill these things with Thunderclouds. Of course, when they get hit by Thunderclouds, they take a lot of damage. Okay, the Enchantress is struck by lightning. I hit the Enchantress very hard, and then the Enchantress was struck by lightning, and it didn't die even though it was almost dead, and it doesn't have resistance to electricity. That's kind of lame. Okay, we killed the Enchantress. The Enchantress is very dangerous unless you fight her in your own terms, and I was certainly fighting her in my own terms that time. So I wanna check that. I want to check that Fairy Dragon Scales. Let's see. Your armor class would decrease by 2, and I also lose a bit of magic resistance, willpower. So I think it's worth it. I certainly do think it's worth it. Okay, so I got Frail, and Frail with such little HP, that was like an absolute no-no for me. So I decided to drink another potion of mutation to get rid of Frail, and I got Robust. Clarity is also decent, I guess. I guess it's hard for me to get confused. And Blink, being able to blink at will, it's also nice, but I have the blink spell, so I don't need to use blink from here. I guess if I run out of mana, but running out of mana is very unlikely. Um, so yeah, now I have a bit more HP, which is really nice. Um, and I think these resistances look better than what I had with the plate of willpower. So I think it's very likely that I just use the fairy dragon scales for the rest of the game. It's either fairy dragon scales or gold dragon scales. It could be either of those two. Okay, like body armor doesn't matter that much as a gargoyle because you get so much armor class just from being a gargoyle that you can get away with wearing whatever you want. Talking about wearing whatever you want, this kite shield is probably gonna be pretty good. It's not terrible. It's not terrible, but it's not nothing that I really want to be using, to be completely honest. Okay. Ooh, Maxwell's Thermic Engine. I like this vault. There was one time where I opened this vault. These gates are ruined, so it means that monsters cannot open them. Um, So if you open them, the monsters can then open and close them, but you get to choose, and that is like the bolt is tempting you with something really cool, but it's obviously a pretty deadly bolt. So there was this one time where I was the Shining One worshipper and I hasted and everything, and then I just opened both the doors at the same time and I spammed cleansing flame, and it was pretty fun because I was like dropping to 3 HP and then healing to full HP and then dropping to 3 HP in the same turn. It was an experience, and it's certainly not something that I will do again. But yeah, it was a pretty nice thing to see. Um, okay. This character doesn't need Maxwell's Thermic Engine. It's a pretty good sword, but I already have an excellent endgame weapon in the form of the Evening Star Flaming, so I'm not willing to risk opening that bolt and fighting those demons to try to get something that I don't need. In fact, let's just place an exclusion there and let's just get out of here. Um, Kidoki. Most of these things are not trivial, rather they're not really that threatening anymore. Um, the amount of HP that I got from having robust is gonna be quite a blessing for this character. Like, sure, I'm still getting hit, but it's nothing that I cannot manage. Certainly, like I'm not getting hit for a lot thanks to my very high armor class. There we go. Bunch of ogres and trolls and stuff. Vampire Magi and Yangshi. Yangshi can be kind of dangerous. They're really fast and they can hit very hard, and they also heal themselves whenever they deal damage to you. Fortunately, they're not that resilient. They're not tanky. They have very low HP and bad defenses. So if they had good defenses, they would be absolutely terrifying. Okay. Manual of Earth Magic, and another Manual of Earth Magic, and Devastator. Devastator is a pretty fantastic weapon. Devastator might be better than an Evening Star Flaming. So Devastator is a weapon. It's a mace. It happens to be a mace, which is very convenient for me. Um, that deals a lot of damage when it hits a monster. It casts Shatter in a radius 1 whenever you hit a monster with it. So that obviously deals a lot of damage, and the spell power of Shatter scales with the amount of damage that you deal with Devastator. It is a kind of a weak weapon in the sense that it doesn't deal a lot of base damage, but the Shatter effect can make it pretty good against a lot of monsters. So I'm gonna carry it around. In fact, I'm gonna use it as my main weapon. If I see that something is not dying, um, it's not dying like well to Devastator, I'm gonna just switch to the Evening Star. But yeah, the Frost Giant shudders. I like that message. It also is a weapon that swings faster than it swings faster than most other weapons in the game. So so it allows you to apply the shatter and the slaying a bit more often than other weapons. So that's why I went back into the Ring of Slaying, and I decided to get rid of the Ring of Evasion. It's okay because I already have a lot of evasion, even without the Ring of Evasion. Okay, that's not ideal. Yeah, a lot of damage. Shiny Kite Shield, I want to check it out. I'm hoping for a Shield of Resistance. They're very rare nowadays, but I think they still exist. Okay, that's a Cursed Shield. Let's get rid of it with Remove Curse, and let's go back into my Shield of Reflection. Um, let's see what we got. We got Cold Resistance, pretty much only Cold Resistance. I wanted a Kite Shield of Fire Resistance because that's the resistance that I'm actually lacking. I don't really care about Cold Resistance, but Fire Resistance is a lot more important to me because of endgame monsters. Yeah, Orbs of Fire and like Golden Dragons and stuff. Like, sure, Golden Dragons also shoot bolts of cold, um, but yeah. Okay, do I want to? No, I don't really care about that because I dropped the Demon Whip. Okay, found a Fustivalus, a Rune Scarf. I'm not even gonna bother picking up that scarf because we already got a Scarf of Resistance. So a Scarf of Resistance is just the best thing that I can find as far as the scarves go. Like no other scarf would be an upgrade. So when you're at that point, you don't really have to check items anymore. I'm gonna read magic mapping. Let's see, is this the portal? No, it's not the portal. Okay, that has to be the portal to the Wislav. Let's check it. I guess Devastator is bad because it makes a lot of noise. So when trying to do stealthy stuff like run through a level, maybe it's not the best of items to use. Okay, what's the chances for you to hex me? 14. That's not ideal. Because it's only a regular Lich. That means that an Ancient Lich may actually be able to hex me, like with a decent chance of success, with like 20% or something. Okay, I'm just fighting a bunch of enemies here. So Shadow Dragons just became a lot more scary now that they can reduce your maximum HP. Okay. So yeah, I'm getting attacked by a fire giant and a fire dragon with only 1 pip of fire resistance. That's not ideal. I wish I had more fire resistance. I don't think I have even found a ring of fire resistance this game. Hmm. Okay, a magic portal nearby, so I am assuming that is the magic portal. Okay. Whenever you hear someone shout at you from outside your line of sight, it's likely that it's an imp, but it could also be a greater demon. So yeah, that's kind of funny. Of course, if you it depends on where you are. If you're in Pandemonium, it's likely to be a greater demon. But in the dungeon, it's just gonna be an imp more often than not. Trying to rest off to full HP. I'm actually going to drop a bunch of my things, including all the projectiles, except maybe for Curer. Maybe Curer will save me in the thing. Let's also drop Paralysis and Enslavement and Enchant Armor. Maybe I should just use that Enchant Armor. Okay, and Attraction as well. Attraction is not very good in my opinion. It's interesting, but not very good, I feel like. Okay, the only thing I can enchant is the Kite Shield, so I'm not interested. Okay, Sunguldruk's Shrine is pretty cute. It's like you need to walk around it, and some of these gravestones will turn into undead enemies like zombies and vampires and like skeletal creatures and stuff like that. And once you've killed enough of them, a door will appear and you will be able to enter the middle of the vault. And you will be able to fight an antique lich, which is a lich that has grown expensive over the years for Solgundrok's sword, which is a pretty good double sword. It's not a terrible weapon, but it's not something that that my character wants. So I'm pretty much just doing this for the experience, and sometimes there's a lot of loot in here. So there's no need to not to deprive myself from that loot. Yeah, Songuldrok's gravestone. A gravestone. The name Songuldrok is engraved on it in golden letters. So the Ancient Lich should spawn any second now. I'm actually going to... Yeah, there we go. An Antique Lich comes into view. A Lich who has grown expensive over countless years. Um, it's pretty much an Ancient Lich. It is literally just an Ancient Lich with a different appearance and name. And flavor text, I guess. But yeah, the spells are pretty much the same. The most dangerous spells that it can have is Corrosive Bolt, Crystal Spear, Petrify, and Haste. I guess also 19% Banishment is pretty bad. Um, and any book with Summon Greater Demon is pretty awful as well. So we want to kill it very fast. That's why I buffed. Finesse Devastator is pretty good. Yeah. Okay. Okay. What is honored by my kill? The Sword of Songuldrok, I'm gonna leave it there. I'm not gonna make use of it. I'm just gonna pick up all these items that we have here. Okay. I don't think I found really anything worth anything in there, but it was okay. It was okay. Okay, I think we're gonna be able to finish this character today. It all depends on Sot, on how awful Sot is to this character. But normally it's fine. Okay, that's my first golden dragon in the game, um, and it died pretty fast. Okay. We got Gold Dragon Scales. I could enchant them and use that for the rest of the game. Um, Thinking about it, is the 10 mana worth not using Gold Dragon Scales? I don't think it is. I don't think it is. I'm just gonna pick them up and enchant them. There's something here. Oh, it's Fire Dragon Scales. Random Fire Dragon Scales generating on the floor. Those are pretty rare. Okay, so I have 9 enchant armor. It should be okay. Like I should be able to enchant the Gold Dragon Scales to +9. Um, Actually, yeah, just gonna. I kind of want to carry them around so that they get immortalized. And yeah, we can drop the Brodax. Like I was really disappointed by the Brodax nerf. It's crazy to me that that item was nerfed because I don't think it was a very good item even before the nerf. Mm, okay, let's pick these up and let's go ahead and read them. Okay, take a look at my armor class. 57 armor class. 10 evasion, but 57 armor class is pretty good. In fact, I can put on my ring of evasion instead of the ring of slaying, and that gives me 57, 14, 14 defenses. Pretty good defenses. In fact, it's gonna go up to 58. I wish I had a Kite Shield of fire resistance. Right now it would be pretty good. Um, so yeah, sure. Let's go do depths, and we can just do the rest of depths and just win the game. I feel like. I don't know about Devastator. It doesn't seem to be doing as much damage as it should to be able to compete um, with the Evening Star. Like I mean, I guess it's dealing a lot of damage, but I don't know. I should disable the animation that you get when you hit someone with Devastator. It's kind of annoying. Okie dokie. Okay, so far so good. Rune Morningstar, it cannot be better than what I currently have, so we're just gonna leave it on the floor. It must be gone from the game. Like I have not seen a portation in a very long time, so I'm pretty sure it was actually removed. I'm gonna have to look into that. Okay, so Hell Knights usually have very rare weapons in the form of demon tridents, demon whips, demon blades. But I already got pretty much the best thing for this character in the form of the Evening Star, and Devastator also is pretty decent. Okie dokie. So that was 26.9 fighting. So what do we train for 27? I guess we can train armor. Yeah, I want the invulnerable title again. Okay, Shatter is not very good against dragons, so we can just make a switch to the Evening Star to kill these dragons. It's kind of funny that these placement the placement of these dragons doesn't allow them to shoot fire. The ice dragon will not shoot because it will harm the fire dragon that is almost dead, and the same goes for the fire dragon. So I can just focus on the vampire mage, I guess. Did I land on a teleport trap? I guess I did. That's not good. Yeah, glowing shapeshifters are pretty dangerous enemies. They can turn into nasty stuff like iron giants or floating eyeballs and stuff that can just destroy you very fast. Okie dokie, nothing there interests me. Same goes here. Actually, let's go back. Let's go back for a second. I think I saw something very interesting here. And yep, I did. A ring of protection from fire. That's a very important item to have because I now have 2 pips of fire resistance, but I would like to have that 3rd pip of fire resistance. We keep finding scrolls of enchant weapon, but they're not really useful to this character anymore. Now that I have +9 Evening Star, there's not much else that I wanna enchant. Okay. I thought that Okawaru was exalted by me killing a Spriggan Berserker, and I was kind of surprised by that, but it was not the case. Okay, we got rendered globes. Finally, Okawaru gives me something. Oh, it's -5 globes that don't really have any good properties. That's to be expected. Like, yeah, it's not even worth it to get excited when Okawaru gives you a random artifact because it's unlikely to be good. Okawaru gifts are just a bad meme. Okay, that's not ideal. Let's blink away from that one. And again. Okay, and we have an Iron Dragon here. It hits extremely hard. Doesn't have a lot of HP, but it has very good armor class. I feel like these guys could use a teeny tiny buff in so that they are actually a bit more dangerous. The maximum HP that they have is pretty lackluster. I feel like they could have like 150 just so they are like more of a parallel to Iron Dragons, or not Iron Dragons, not, but Iron Giants. Iron Giants have a lot of HP. Yep, 180. I feel like Iron Dragons should have about that much HP. Iron Giants are much more scary than Iron Dragons. Okay, I think that my +9 Evening Star deals more damage than Devastator. Yeah, I guess there's that calculator for your damage in Dungeon Code Stone Soup. I don't really use that. I just go by feel. But more often than not, like the item that has more base damage will deal more damage. So yeah, I'm just gonna carry around Devastator because it's a cool item. Okay, a Bone Dragon. Bone Dragons have a lot of HP, 180, but they don't have a breath weapon, and they hit kinda hard, but nothing that threatens 60 armor class Gargoyle. Like, really nothing that threatens me. Okay, so we're gonna go into Devastator, and we are finessed and heroed, so we should deal a lot of damage to these things really fast. Okay, now that I killed most of them, I can switch into the Evening Star just to finish them all up. The dragons fly, so they don't get really damaged by shatter. So it's best to use the Evening Star against dragons pretty much always. Against other monsters like Spriggans, I prefer to use Devastator. Caustic Strikes can be really bad. I'm gonna use Condenser Vein. We get Poison Gas, which is what I want because these guys are not poison resistant. There's a bunch of monsters in this game that are not poison resistant, and you would expect them to be, and Caustic Strikes are one of them. Actually, Caustic Strikes are not even resistant to acid. You would expect them to be resistant to acid, but they are not. It just shows how little monsters are actually resistant to acid in this game. Okay, as sick as possible. So it's only a matter of tanking 2 Caustic Strikes and a Stone Giant and wait for them to die. They're extremely poisoned, so they are going to die. It's almost guaranteed. Okay, yep, almost dead. One of them already died. The other ones are rather healthy. Okay, there we go. Caustic Strikes are pretty dangerous. Like, that could have gone bad very fast. It only depended on the amount of corrosion that those Caustic Strikes could have gotten on me. I only got corroded once, but I could have very easily gotten corroded like 5 times, and that fight would have ended in a whole different way. I would have had to teleport away. Because those things are really fast, so you cannot outrun them. Even though I am using Boots of Running, you cannot really outrun Caustic Strikes. Not even while hasted. That's how fast they are. Okay, that was it for Depths 5, so we're gonna enter Sot. And this character has been pretty easy and painless so far. Like, maybe there were a couple of times in the mid game where it was actually pretty awful, but leaving that aside, it's been pretty good. I'm gonna dig a hole here. I'm pretty sure it's just gonna be like, I don't think this is like a huge wall. I think it's just like a one tile wall, and I'm just gonna end up surrounding myself with enemies, which is not ideal. So what we are going to do here is, I guess I can blink. Yeah, I should blink. Okay, that's not bad at all. I dropped my wand of charm, so that's kind of an issue. I don't need to charm the death cops. It's good to charm them because they can make other things slow for you, which is really nice. But it's not really necessary. It's more of a little gimmick, and it's very hard to get the hexes at a reliable enough rate that it's actually like a nice thing to do to charm them. Like, I've gotten like not 27 evocations, but I've gotten like 15 or so, and still the success rate when you try to charm them is like 60% or something. It's not very good. Okay, that's an Orb of Fire. It's a big boy, Orb of Fire. We're gonna take off the Ring of Willpower. I'm gonna put on Protection from Fire. So we have 3 pieces of fire. We're gonna Finesse. We get Malmutated, doesn't really affect us at all. We are hitting it extremely hard with the Evening Star with Finesse. We're hitting it like 3 or 4 times per action. 1, 2, 3. Okay, 3 times per action. We got Shoutitis. Shoutitis is not that big of a deal. But the longer this fight goes, the more mutations that I can get. Okay, I'm very glad that I killed it before it gave me actually bad mutations. Like, those are irrelevant. In fact, I prefer having Subdued Magic. Is that how it's called? Yeah, Subdued Magic. Okay. Because Blink doesn't really have any spell power. If you succeed at casting the spell, it just happens. If you fail, it doesn't happen. So being able to succeed at casting that spell more is a good thing for me. But if I was using any form of conjuration or anything, it would be kind of annoying and bad. for me to have subdued magic, and that's why it's listed as a bad mutation, and why wild magic is marked as a good mutation. Yeah, getting wild magic as a mage is a pretty nice thing. Because you're just gonna deal a lot of damage. It's like a significant damage increase. I don't think I care about that ring. It's a regular ring. I'm just gonna identify it. It's a ring of protection from cold. Nothing that I'm really interested in using at this point in the game. I already have all the cold resistance that I will ever need. 2 pips is not even necessary for SOT. I feel like 1 pip is all that you need for SOT. Very rarely you will see a bunch of Draconians, like a bunch of white Draconians as here. And there's no like parallel to Orbs of Fire that would force you to have 3 pips of cold resistance, which in my opinion shouldn't be the case. I feel like SOT could use a little revitalization and could use like a variation in the form of Orb of Eyes. Maybe Orbs of Eyes don't malmutate you, but they deal more damage. Like it's not like Orbs of Fire don't deal a lot of damage already, but yeah, it could be an interesting twist to SOT. Like sometimes you get Orbs of Fire, and sometimes you get Orbs of Eyes. And the monster already exists in the code, so it would only be a matter of making it spawn in here. Okay, we get blinked away from our little corridor, which is unfortunate. I'm gonna have to kill the shifter before even attempting to move away. And now I'm surrounded by Berserk Draconians. I guess they're not really that terrible because I have like a million armor class, so yeah, they're not that big of a deal. Cursed Toes, on the other hand, they can be really bad. I guess it didn't torment because there were a bunch of Draconians in there, so that was pretty nice. Finding a Cursed Toe while there's Draconians around is a pretty good way to kill the Cursed Toe. It removes the most dangerous thing the Cursed Toe can do, which is torment. Okay, another shifter just blinking everything around. Luckily enough, I have enough charges of digging. Yeah, I have not used digging at all this game, so that allows me to be this strong in the end game. So it doesn't really have a lot of corridors anymore. So being able to make your own corridors is kind of important for a melee character. A mage will not really mind having to fight in the open, because as a mage, if you're going like full mage fragile, not meleeing anything, if monsters get within melee range of you, you're probably not in a good situation anyway. And you kind of need the monsters to be out in the open to be able to affect them with like Fireball or like whatever level 9 spell you have, or maybe not even a level 9 spell, but whatever you have. Do these things fly? They don't fly, do they? Okay, so I guess I can use Devastator to deal a lot of damage to them. Yeah, I think Devastator killed a bunch of them. There is a Shattering Impact. Nice. Okay. Not bad, not bad at all. That was pretty tricky, but I was fighting like 2 or 3 Draconian bands at the same time, so that would be why. Against a single Draconian band in a corridor, my character should be able to trivialize them pretty much. It's very extended fights, the thing that this character has issues with, which is normal. Like most characters have issues with extended fights. I don't want this thing to berserk the Golden Dragon. Oh, it did happen. Okay, that's not good, because a Berserk Golden Dragon, it moves very fast and it hits very hard. Oh my god. Okay. Things are looking not very good. We're gonna blink. And teleport doesn't really do the trick here because it's gonna take more than 10 turns to trigger in SOT. You feel the Aura of the Link, this translocation. SOT is kind of punishing when it comes to mistakes. You can very easily get screwed if you make a mistake here, which I did make a mistake. I was trying to go upstairs and this thing was grabbing me. I knew that it was grabbing me, but I still decided to try to go upstairs. And I think I am about to pay the price for that. Like, being at less than 100 HP in SOT is not a good thing, especially when you consider that for the rest of the fights I was in a pretty good position actually. That Quicksilver Dragon attacked me with Quicksilver Bolt, which it turned out to be pretty good. Because it got rid of my slow just in time for me to get into a fight. Ugh. Dispelling Bolts, I don't think they check armor class because I have 60 armor class, 64, and I got hit for 33 damage. That doesn't really happen against anything that checks armor class. Okay. I wonder if these guys can use Quicksilver Bolt when waterlogged. Let's give that a try. I actually want to know. File of Flots. Bop. Okay, and now I'm gonna float above that so that I don't fumble a bunch of attacks. Catching its breath waterlogged. So yeah, I don't know if they can use Quicksilver Bolt while waterlogged, but I'm not. I think they shouldn't be able to. I don't know if that was it for the Purple Draconians. Uh, I want to drink Ambrosia. Oh, it was not. Are you waterlogged? Okay, you're still waterlogged. So if my theory is true, you cannot use Quicksilver Bolt. I guess you're no longer waterlogged. Okay. It got rid of my Ambrosia for me, which was kind of nice. I did heal myself like enough to be comparable to a heal wounds, so it was not terrible. And it also restored all my mana, so that's extra 33 HP that we need to take into consideration. Um, Man, there's so many purple draconians. I think I want to teleport again. Yeah, extended fights are pretty dangerous at this point in the game. I guess I should have buffed a long time ago, like used Finesse and Hero. Hmm. Let's see. Okay, so I wanted to see if I could silence the Killer Clown to prevent it from throwing a Clown Pie, but it doesn't work like that. Natural abilities means that pretty much nothing that I can do will prevent it from doing the thing. Ah, very annoying. Killer Clowns are pretty deadly. I guess I'm gonna read a teleport because there's a bunch of Draconians here. A Berserk Draconian? Why are you Berserk? What made you go Berserk? Hmm. I guess the Moth of Wrath must have Berserked one of these Draconians. Yeah, but only one of them. Hmm. This is a pretty complicated situation to be in. This thing can hit very hard. I guess it's better for it to hit me than to shoot me with Quicksilver Bolt. Quicksilver Bolt is really bad. Um, it removes all my buffs, which in this case it would remove teleport. Um, Wow, talk about a buff. Well, not quite a buff. It was more of a nerf when we take into consideration that it's fighting against me. The Killer Clown pies you viciously. Your Kite Shield of Reflection reflects the Clown Pie. The Clown Pie hits the Killer Clown, Moon Pie. The Killer Clown evaporates and reforms as an Iron Dragon. I wouldn't have reformed into an Iron Dragon, just to let you know. I would have reformed into like a bat, and I would have probably died. Except for the fact that I have cancellation. Okay. We teleport away, not bad. We are pretty close, so I'm gonna walk away from that. Gonna dig myself a little hole here, and I'm gonna break line of sight. I wanna kill these two draconians. I'm actually not gonna chase it around because I may stumble into other draconians, which would be really bad. Now that I have gotten rid of the two draconians, I'm gonna use Ambrosia, and again, and we can rest to full HP now. Yeah, kind of safe to rest to full HP now that I. Okay, more monsters are coming my way. I think the Killer Clown got turned into an Iron Dragon permanently, which is fine actually. It's I prefer that to be the case. I would much rather fight a Killer Clown than to fight an Iron Dragon. Let me turn off light. I wish it was instant, but it's not that big of a deal. Is enable flying? No, okay. I was thinking that maybe enabling flying was instant, but I guess it's not. Okay. Okie dokie. Not bad, not bad. I have pretty good defenses. 65 armor class is pretty incredible. 15 evasion and 14 shield are not that good, but it's okay. Like 65 armor class is as high as, well, not quite as high as you can get, but it's certainly higher than most characters usually get. I wonder how you could get higher armor class. I guess maybe an octopode with a bunch of rings of um armor class and in statue form. Um so we're gonna read fog here. I'm gonna put on the ring of protection from fire. I'm gonna enable finesse, maybe hero as well. And we're gonna try to bop this orb of fire. Okay, what is honored by my kill? I reached level 27. We're gonna level up strength one last time. Now I have 69 armor class and 18 evasion in hero. This looks like a very nasty bolt, let me tell you. The high amount of electric golems and purple draconians, both pretty dangerous enemies for different reasons, but pretty dangerous nonetheless. Can be quite deadly to most characters. Like if you are relying on statue form, for example, to deal with resistant with electricity monsters such as those electric golems or storm dragons, the combination of a purple draconian and an electric golem can be pretty deadly to your character, because purple draconians can remove statue form. So suddenly you're pretty much naked next to an electric golem and it can destroy you. Okay. I think gargoyles are immune to fungi. because they do not breathe because they're gargoyles. So fungi cannot really deal damage to a gargoyle, which is pretty nice. Mm, that means that the main danger that Cursed Toe poses is the Torment. But even then, you get half Torment damage because you're a gargoyle, so that's pretty nice. Okay, it's kinda lame that the only Draconian that didn't get Berserked was the most dangerous one out of Berserk. So I had to prioritize killing that yellow Draconian first before the other Berserk Draconians, because otherwise I would have gotten corroded and it could have ended pretty bad. Okay, Sod 4. We are almost done with the game. Um, it's only Sod 4, Sod 5, and then we get out of here, and I can go and get myself some food because I'm kind of hungry. Um, yeah, I think I would like to get a hamburger today. It would be really nice if I could get a hamburger. Um, Okie dokie. Very nice. As I've mentioned before, like being able to make yourself your own corridors in SOT is a pretty good thing. Because otherwise these draconian bands can get pretty nasty unless you are using an axe or you have very strong spells. The draconian bands can be awful, especially purple draconians if you're relying on like statue form, which I often do rely on statue form. If my character cannot wear if my character cannot wear a lot of body armor, like for example, if I'm playing with a Nugger, I really like to use a statue form, but it's a very rare thing. No, never mind. It's not a very rare thing. I pretty much always go for statue form if I cannot wear body armor. Um, like for example, as a Nugger, I really like to use a statue form. It gives so many resistances, like immunity to poison, resistance to electricity. I got paralyzed. What paralyzed me there? It was the Great Orb of Eyes. That's interesting. I guess it I guess I am not wearing willpower. I took it off for protection from fire. And I forgot to switch it back on. Makes sense. I'm very glad that I got paralyzed there instead of being paralyzed like next to an ancient lich or something like that. Um, Most of those monsters are like dangerous monsters, but they're not that dangerous anymore. So yeah. Ooh, a guardian serpent. I need to change the color for guardian serpents. As they are right now, they totally look like floating eyeballs to me. At least in console. I don't play tiles. I play console. Yeah, you can actually see how the game looks for me in the bottom right corner of the screen. Um, Okay, we got to SOT 5. I like to map SOT 5 and exclude the bolt so that I don't randomly wander into it. And I like to kill everything outside of the bolt because by doing that, I pretty much maximize my chances of being able to teleport into a safe spot if I need to teleport, which is not something unheard of in SOT. Like, I've already had to teleport a couple of times already, so. Mhm. Okay, I guess that was it. So we are going to go and remove that. Okay, net traps netting you pretty much infinitely is pretty bad. It's pretty bad and pretty annoying. I wish that change was reverted. It's not going to be reverted, but I don't like that change. Okay, so the other side has a bunch of traps. Obviously, not something that I can bear. This side doesn't have that many traps. It does have a net trap, so I need to be very careful not to go within line of sight of that while monsters are around. Okay, we have an Ancient Lich. This would be a good time to use one of my two Scrolls of Silence, but before that I'm gonna use my Okawaru buffs, and now I'm gonna use the Scroll of Silence. Um, okay, the Monk can be like that for now. I think I need to prioritize the Ancient Lich. There we go. It has Greater Demon, so it was very important for me to kill it before killing anything else. Okay, I killed a bunch of things there. It didn't take a lot of damage. Another Ancient Lich is coming my way. I only have one more Scroll of Silence left. I wish these guys were like. I wish waterlogging just was silence and that it prevented spellcasters that can be affected by silence from spellcasting. But it's not the case. I guess liches talk magically or something, but they still need to talk to cast spells unlike demons. Okay, that was... Oh man, there's a killer clown all the way over there. I guess it's time to use a scroll of fog. Okay, maybe I get rid of my mutations. Scrolls taking a bit longer to read is not good. I think I'm gonna use finesse. We're already at the end game, so there's no need to be conservative with my things. All that really matters is being able to survive and win the game after that. It doesn't matter if I survive at 1 HP and without any scrolls of blinking left or any Okawaru Piety or anything. All that matters is that I survive. Um, Talking about surviving, this would be a good time to haste. So we're gonna haste. Okay, that's not good. 2 orbs of fire. I think I should put on the ring of protection from fire right now. I should also use might. I haven't used a lot of might this game, and I only have 3 of them. There was a point in the game that sucks. That's pretty bad. Monsters are jumping around on that net trap. Okay, I killed one of the orbs of fire. Not bad. Stat rot is not good. Well, no, it's completely irrelevant actually. Killed the second orb of fire. I'm about to lose haste. It's not that big of a deal to lose haste because finesse is better haste when fighting. We maxed armor, so after that we're gonna max fighting, and then we should focus on training maybe maces. 69 armor class. Yeah. Is this the most armor class you've ever had? Probably, probably. Like I've played Gargoyle before, so I would have to look into my previous Gargoyle game to see if my previous Gargoyle game had more armor class. Let's actually take a look at that. My maximum armor class was 72 in my previous Gargoyle game. That's what the bot just told me. So yeah, not my maximum, but pretty close to my maximum. And if I just received Crystal Plate from some, or not from some, from Okawaru. Unfortunately, I just received it, like literally just received it. Okawaru gifted it to you on level 4 of the Realm of Sot. Very useful. So I already enchanted like +9 gold dragon skills instead of using that. Um, I don't. I actually deeply hate the new net traps. I feel like net traps never being removable and just netting you whenever a monster steps on them. That sucks. That sucks. Yeah, now you can no longer fight within line of sight of a net trap. I mean. Okay, there we go. Oh, two orbs of fire. Oh, that's not good. We're gonna read the fog here. Oh, I got netted. Oh man, that sucks. The net traps are absolutely awful. I think the only reason why I haven't died yet is because um, this character is super resilient, but I am already fed up with Sut. I think I just pick up the orb and get out of here. So we're gonna do just that. We haste, we pick up the orb, we run. The power of Sod. Oh, okay, okay. I guess that was because one of those orbs of fire stepped on a trap. But yeah, I think I can just run away from them. I have so much. Um, I have so much fire resistance and armor class that they're not really dealing a lot of damage to me. There we go. I finally got out. So let's just go to D0. Oh, Pandemonium Lord. Let's see. What are you? You have a bunch of evasion, very annoying. You don't hit that hard. You have Bolt of Cold and Glaciate. Okay, Glaciate is not good. Glaciate is actually pretty deadly and certainly not something that I want to deal with. Like, I don't want to mess around with that guy. Very unfortunately for me, it's literally blocking the only path for me to get out. I could backtrack and just jump on more teleport traps, but I think the correct thing to do is to dig a couple of holes. I have enough digging to be able to dig a hole um, through here, I guess. That blocks line of sight and makes him chase me over here, and then I can just get out of there because I don't want to fight anything with Glaciate because it's just too damaging. Um, Even with 2 pips of cold resistance and 69 armor class, I'm pretty sure it could kill me if I give it enough time. So I'm not even gonna even attempt to fight it. Okay, it is fast, so I'm also hasted, so we should be okay. I'm gonna play it extremely safe, like extremely safe, and I'm gonna read the scroll blinking to blink to the stairs. So now let's just try to get out of here. Hellion at the edge of line of sight. What a terrible sight to see. Okay, so the best thing to do here is to wait for the Hellion to come my way. And now I can just melee it down. Like, it dies super easily, but at the edge of line of sight, I would have to walk towards it to be able to actually harm it. Huh. A Tormentor at the edge of line of sight, also pretty bad. There we go. Okay, it's been a rather uneventful Orph run, which is what I prefer, to be completely honest. I don't like the least exciting it is the Orb run, the better, because if it gets too exciting, I may die. Um, that um, that Pandemonium Lord with Glaciate was too exciting for me. That's pretty much how I would put it. Oh, I skipped the 8. I always stumble into levels I skipped for some reason. Huh. I wonder why I skipped the 8. Okay, another Pandemonium Lord. An Ice Fiend and D6. I think I could just... Oh, I gotta fight it. Well, it's not really that big of a deal. Yeah, there we go. As long as it doesn't torment me like 6 turns in a row, we're okay. Okay, I won the game. Let's go. Nice. Not bad, not bad. 69 armor class. I think I can mess up the number with like I dropped all my rings of armor class, so I cannot give myself more than 69 armor class. I guess we can wear the crystal plate. Oh, it's only +0 crystal plate. That's not good. I would rather just win with +9 gold dragon scales. Okay, I'm currently not wearing body armor and I have 33 armor class. That's pretty crazy. Okay, and let me quiver. Full inventory. You can still quiver items. So I can quiver my... Yeah, toss, no damage. And that's very nice. Let's see, before I win, let's inscribe this with twitch.tv/9. There we go. Not bad. So yeah, that was a pretty good run. It was a pretty quick run as well. Normally it takes me more than that, but with strong melee characters, it doesn't take me that long. Oh, you're forever immune to Sot's power. Is that because I picked up the orb and now I cannot get affected by the Sot clock? That's a pretty interesting thing. Um, so yeah, good game, good character. It got pretty tricky at times, but we were able to win the game nonetheless. Pretty happy about the way this character unfolded. Mm, I kind of find it fun that I have a bunch of bad mutations, but the good mutations that I have are good enough that I don't really want to get rid of the bad mutations. So yeah, um, pretty nice character. Gargoyles are easy. Um, if you get past the early game, gargoyles are pretty strong. Nice. My previous my previous score or a previous character that I won is right next to this current character. I guess I have played a lot of Dungeon Crawl Stone Soup rather recently or in this version. So yeah, not bad, not bad. Pretty good character. Um, Tomorrow we are going to be playing more of this. You can look forward to it. I'm going to start at my usual time tomorrow, I'm pretty sure. But for now, it's time for me to actually go and eat something because I'm kind of hungry. So thank you for stopping by. Thank you for watching. If you enjoy the content, you can follow. If you really enjoyed it, you can subscribe. And if you really, really enjoyed it, for some reason, you can give subs or donate or do whatever. It's not necessary, but it is helpful and I appreciate it. And it does help me continue. So, so yeah. See you all tomorrow. Goodbye. I'm gonna end stream now.